Welcome to Game of Theories. Today's adventure. What if Jon Snow hatched a dragon egg during Robert's visit to Winterfell and burned his crown? If you haven't already, smash that subscribe button and ring the bell so you never miss a story. Now, let's begin. Chapter 1. The king in the yard. The procession came up the King's Road in a long brown line that did not move like a thing meant to be welcomed. From the wall above the gate, Jon counted what he could see and lost track at 300 riders. He had been counting things lately, because counting was easier than the other thing that came after counting, which was understanding what he was looking at. Ghost stood beside him at the height of the wall, the wind in his white fur. His red eyes narrowed against the noon glare on the snow. The direwolf's flank twitched once, as if a fly had landed on him in winter, which was the kind of thing that did not happen. Jon laid a hand on his head. "You don't like it either," Jon said. Ghost said nothing, which was usual, and continued to look south, which was not. Below them in the yard, Winterfell was rearranging itself around the day. Servants ran with bowls of water and folded linen. The kennel's master had been kicked twice by his own dogs because the dogs had caught a smell on the wind they did not understand, and were taking it out on him. Septon Chael stood near the chapel door with his hands folded inside his sleeves, watching the gate. Maester Luwin paced an exact rectangle along the line of stones outside the Maester's tower, 3 steps long and 2 steps wide, as he did whenever he was being asked to think about a problem that did not have a stone to put your hand on. Sansa had been brushed and braided and braided and brushed, and stood beside Septa Mordane with her hands folded the way Septa Mordane folded hers, which meant she was practicing. Arya stood next to Sansa, wearing what someone had been able to drag onto her, and held her hands in front of her body in a way that meant she was thinking about how to get out of where she was, and could not. Bran was on the wall above the gatehouse, 3 paces from where he was not supposed to be, watching the procession the way a hawk watches an unfamiliar river. That is, with the patience of a thing that intends to enter the water in due time. Robb stood with his Lord Father at the head of the yard, in the middle of the welcome line, in the clothing of a son who would soon be a man. Theon stood next to Robb and slightly behind him, which was Theon's whole position at Winterfell, in the world, in the long song of his life, summed up in 2 paces of stone. Rickon was somewhere between Catelyn's skirts and the kennel, depending on the breeze, and Jon was on the wall. He had not been ordered to the wall. He had not been forbidden from the yard. The Lord his father had said, gently before dawn, "Stand where you stand." Lad and Catelyn Stark had not said anything at all, which had said the rest. Jon had walked to the place where bastards stand when their lord's lord is coming up the King's Road with a queen and the queen's sons, and the place had been the wall. There were worse places. From here he could see the whole approach, and from here he was easy to forget, which today, for the first hour at least, was a thing he wanted to be. He was 14, and he understood that to be 14 was to be inside a small house with the wind starting up outside. The lead rider was the king. Even at this distance there was no mistaking him. Robert Baratheon rode badly in middle age, broad and round at the seat, his belly resting forward against the horn of his saddle so that the horse's neck strained a little under his weight. The horse was a black destrier and would have carried better than the king deserved. The king's beard came down his chest in 2 gray-shot waves. He wore a heavy travel cloak with the crowned stag worked at the throat, and the antler crown of his coronation pushed back on the saddle behind him, knocking against his hip with the rhythm of the trot. Robert Baratheon did not wear his crown when he rode the King's Road. Robert Baratheon, Jon had heard the men of the household say, did not wear his crown when he sat on the Iron Throne either, on most days. Because he had pronounced it pinching and given over its keeping to a steward of the crownlands, and asked only for it on the days when he was angry enough to want a thing on his head that could be removed. Today Robert had brought it because today Robert was coming north to claim a friend, and Robert had decided, somewhere between the trident and the twins, that he would want his old friend Ned Stark to see him as a king before he saw him as a brother. There were two banners in front of him: the stag of Baratheon, gold on black, and the lion of Lannister, gold on crimson, riding a hand's length behind the stag in a way that meant nothing and meant everything. Jon watched the lion. Behind the king came a wheelhouse big enough to need its own 4 horses and its own road, and inside the wheelhouse the queen, and inside the queen the long grievance of the realm, although Jon did not at 14 know to call it that. Beside the wheelhouse rode Sir Jaime Lannister in white. His armor was so clean it looked unworn. His hair was so clean it looked unwashed in a different way. Jaime rode the way men ride who have been told from birth they are good at riding, which is to say he barely held the reins. He looked up. He saw Jon on the wall. He looked at Jon for a quarter second longer than nothing, and then he looked past Jon at the great keep, and Jon could not have said what the look had been. He noted it anyway. He was going to be doing a lot of noting today, he could already feel. Behind the wheelhouse rode a smaller knot of riders, and at the center of it, in a saddle made tall to lift him to the line of the other men, was the king's small brother Tyrion. Jon had heard of Tyrion. Most of what he had heard had been said in a tone Septa Mordane would have slapped a girl for using. The procession arrived at the gate. Robert Baratheon swung down from his horse with the noise of a small avalanche and the grace of a man who could not be embarrassed, because he had outlived the part of himself that could be. He landed heavy, took 2 staggering steps the way a man takes them after a long ride and a long morning of wineskin, and clapped both hands on Ned Stark's shoulders. "You've gotten fat," he announced to the courtyard. There was a moment in which the courtyard did not know whether it was permitted to laugh. The moment had to do with the fact that of the 2 men in the embrace, only one was fat, and not the one being accused. The courtyard glanced sideways at Lord Stark for permission. Lord Stark gave the courtyard a small, dry smile, and the courtyard laughed, all at once in the way men laugh in winter like ice cracking off a roof. "Your Grace," said Ned. He did not return the comment. He never did. He embraced Robert briefly in return. Jon, from the wall, could see his Lord Father's hands at Robert's elbows do the small, careful pressure that meant "I am glad you have come" without saying it. And then he stepped back, and Robert's hand came down on Ned's shoulder and stayed there. "Ned," said Robert, his voice carried up the wall, "take me to her." There was a small pause. The pause had 3 layers in it. The first was the layer in which Catelyn Stark, 2 paces behind her lord husband, did not move her face. The second was the layer in which the children of Lord Stark all heard the question, "Take me to whom?" and stilled. The third was the layer in which everyone in the yard who was old enough to have been at the Tower of Joy, or to have known a man who had, drew breath in and held it. "My Lord King," said Ned, "you have only just—" "Now, Ned." Ned looked at his wife. Catelyn's hand moved a quarter of an inch on the front of her skirts. Ned looked back at Robert. "I," said Ned. "Now," Robert grunted. He turned to the wheelhouse, in which Queen Cersei Lannister had already been waiting with admirable patience for someone to remember her existence, and he made an open-handed gesture toward Lady Stark and said, "Cat will see to you, your Grace," and walked past his queen and past her sons and past the assembled welcome of Winterfell as if the welcome were not there. He took Lord Stark with him by the shoulder. They went together toward the heart of the keep, toward the path to the crypts, toward Lyanna. Catelyn Stark stepped forward. She walked to the wheelhouse with her hands folded at her waist, and her chin set the way Catelyn Stark set her chin at need, which was very high. She arrived at the wheelhouse step at the same moment that the wheelhouse door opened. The queen descended. Cersei Lannister had been dressed by people who knew what she was going to be looking at when she got out. Her gown was crimson velvet trimmed in cloth of gold. Her hair was netted in gold caulwork and pinned in a way that meant nothing windier than the reach was going to disturb it. Her cheeks had no road dust on them, because road dust did not dare. She stepped down lightly. She looked at Lady Stark, who had bobbed her head as exactly as a Tully bobbed heads at queens. She looked past Lady Stark at the assembly of the children of Stark, and her eyes moved across them with the placid efficiency of a clerk taking inventory. "Lady Stark," she said. "Thank you for the welcome." "Your Grace," said Catelyn, "Winterfell is yours." "Of course," said Cersei. "How charming." Behind her the princes came down. The crown prince, Joffrey, came first, because nobody had thought to stop him. He was a fair boy with a fair mouth and the eyes of a person who has not yet been refused. He looked at Robb Stark, and then he looked at Sansa Stark, and he stopped looking at Robb. He bowed to Catelyn with the smallest possible motion of his neck and called her my lady. Catelyn returned it, exactly as small. The Princess Miechella came next, lifted down by Sir James' hand. She was thin and gold and looked at the towers of Winterfell the way a child looks at a thing she will remember when she is old. She nodded gravely to Catelyn. Tommen came after, fat-cheeked, sleepy from the wheelhouse, his hand in his sister's, and he gave Catelyn a smile so artless that Catelyn's own face did a very small thing and came back to where it had been. "Welcome to Winterfell," said Catelyn, to all the queen's children at once. "Thank you, Lady Stark," said Miechella, who had been told to say it and had remembered. Tyrion Lannister had not waited for Sir James to lift him down. He had not been going to wait. He had swung off his stunted little riding pony with the practiced gracelessness of a man who has spent a lot of time getting off horses without help, dusted off the front of his doublet, and walked the length of the wheelhouse to where the queen his sister stood. He arrived at her elbow. He looked up at her with a face that contained more eyebrow than was strictly necessary. "Don't be sour, Cersei," Tyrion said, sotto voce, in a voice that on Tyrion was a stage whisper. "Half the realm is going to be sour at us by sundown. Let Lady Stark go first." Cersei did not look at him. "Be silent." "I'm being delightful," said Tyrion. "There is a difference." He turned then away from his sister and looked up at the wall above the gatehouse. He had a habit, Jon would come to understand, of looking up, not because he had to, which was a thing said of him by men who had not actually watched him, but because looking up gave him a longer line of sight than looking forward did, and Tyrion Lannister liked long lines of sight. His gaze went past Bran on the gatehouse. It went past the banners. It came to rest on Jon Snow. Jon, on the wall, met the look. Tyrion Lannister tipped his head about half a degree, which on Tyrion was a bow, and turned away. "He knows who I am," Jon thought without surprise. He counted faces in the welcome line, and he counted again, and one was missing in the line, and one was extra on the wall, and he did the small sum. No one at Winterfell had ever looked at Jon and done a sum on him before today. He understood, standing there on the wall with Ghost's shoulder against his thigh, that today would not be the last day of it. He came down from the wall slowly, by the long way. By the time he reached the inner yard, the queen had been taken up to her chambers in the guest house, and the king had not come back from the crypts. The horses were being walked off in long, polite lines by men who knew what to do with horses. Sir James Lannister was standing at the foot of the steps of the great keep with his thumbs in his sword belt, looking at nothing in particular, in the way of men who have been told to wait. Tyrion Lannister was no longer in the yard. Jon could not say where Tyrion was. He had a feeling Tyrion had already gone to look at the library and was already disappointed in it. Jon went to the kennels. He went to the kennels because the kennels were the place where Jon Snow went when he needed to think, and was at risk of thinking somewhere it would be noticed. The kennel's master had been kicked twice already today, and welcomed company that was not a dog. Jon sat on a low stool against the warm wall, and Ghost lay across his feet, and the kennel's master tut-tutted at his bruised knee and got on with his work and did not ask Jon a single question, which was the kennel's master's greatest virtue. The hounds did not settle. Jon watched them. They were good northern hounds, broad in the chest and slow to bark and quick to bite, and they had been raised by a man who knew what a hound was for. Today they paced. They paced the long way of their pens, nose to gate, nose to wall, nose to gate. Their hackles came up at nothing, a closed gate, a hung lantern, a piece of straw. They turned their heads in unison sometimes, as if a sound had come from a place that was not making sound. The kennel's master kicked a bucket into the corner and swore at no one. "What's the matter with them?" Jon said. "Aye," said the kennel's master. "What's the matter with them? You tell me, lord, they've been like this since the bells, since the king, since the bells started ringin' before he was in sight." Jon thought about this. He did not have an answer for it. He had an absence of answer, which in his short life had become a familiar thing. The shape a question took when there was clearly a question there, but no one had told you the words of it yet. He sat with the absence of answer for a while. Ghost, at his feet, breathed slow and even and turned his head once toward the inner yard in the direction of the keep and looked at nothing for a long count of 3, and then put his head down again. Bran found him there an hour later. "Jon." Jon looked up. Bran was in the kennel door with one shoulder against the jamb. He had climbed something on the way to get here. There were flakes of mortar in his hair and his hands were gray at the fingertips, but he had not climbed it for fun. His mouth was set. His eyes were on Jon and not on the hounds. "Bran, can I sit?" "You can always sit, Bran." Bran came in. He did not sit. He stood in the middle of the kennel hut and put his hands on the back of a stool and looked at Jon as if he were calculating which question to ask first. "You felt something on the wall today," Bran said. Jon thought about saying no, "I felt nothing on the wall today," and discarded the answer because it would not have been an answer Bran believed. "What did I feel?" said Jon. "You felt the keep was lit from underneath," Bran said. Jon did not move. "Yes," he said. Bran nodded once. He looked at Ghost. Ghost was looking at Bran. The white wolf had not moved from Jon's feet, but his ears had come up at Bran's words the way ears come up at a horn at the edge of hearing. "I dreamed it last night," Bran said. "Twice. Once before supper, once after." "Dreamed what?" "The crypts," Bran said. "Down by Theon Stark. The stone is warm there. There are 3 things under the stone and they want—" He stopped. He had not stopped because he did not know the next word. He had stopped because the next word was a word he did not want to say in a kennel that had a kennel's master in it. "Later." Jon said quietly. "Yes." "Bran." "Yes." "Have you told father?" "No," said Bran. "I've told you." Jon looked at his half-brother in the kennel door for a long moment. Bran was 9. Bran's eyes were not 9. "All right," Jon said. "All right, Bran, we'll talk in the godswood after moonrise." "All right. Don't tell anyone else." "I know." Bran went. Ghost lifted his head and watched the place where Bran had been and did not put his head down again for a long time. When Jon came out of the kennels, the light was failing on the eastern wall and the air over the godswood was the color of bruise. Smoke rose from every chimney in the keep, feast smoke, kitchen smoke, hearth smoke, and across the upper yard a tall figure in white moved with a stride too long for any man not used to wearing a sword for show. "Snow." Jon stopped. He turned. Sir Jaime Lannister had crossed the yard to him in the time it took Jon to get his feet under him. "Sir Snow, is it?" "Aye, sir. Jon Snow." "Aye, Jon Snow." Jaime stood at a polite distance, hands open at his sides, in the courteous posture of a man who has decided not to put a hand on his sword and wants you to know he has decided it. "Your lord father's bastard." "Aye, sir." Good. I was going to feel a fool if I'd got the wrong boy. He smiled. It was not a smile that meant anything. It was a smile Jaime Lannister kept in his pocket like a coin and brought out when it cost him nothing. My brother wishes to speak with you at supper. Your brother, Tyrion, the small one, the one who looks at things. Jaime's eyes went past Jon, toward the wall, where Jon had been when the procession came up the road, and came back to Jon's face. He said to tell you that he counts well and will not embarrass you in front of company. Jon said nothing for a moment. He had not, he realized, been spoken to by Sir Jaime Lannister for any reason in his life, and he was aware that this was a thing that was happening to him. "I'll come, sir." "Good lad." Jaime turned and went. Halfway across the yard he stopped. He stood with his back to Jon for a count of 5. 5 was a deliberate count, the count of a man who is deciding something. And then he turned back his head, not his body, only his head, and looked at Jon over his shoulder. "Boy, sir. The hounds are giving the kennel's master a hard time today, I hear." Jon waited. "Mind they don't trouble you," said Jaime. "Hounds can smell things people cannot." He walked on. Jon stood in the yard a long time after. The light had quite gone when he climbed back up to the gatehouse wall the long way. The way nobody used, to be alone for a quarter of an hour before he went down to supper. The yard below him was full of torches now, set in the iron stands at every door of the inner keep, and the kennels and the stables and the smithy were each a small bowl of orange light, and above them the keep itself, the high keep of Winterfell, rose in black against a dark blue sky in which the first stars were just beginning to be picked out by a hand that had been at it for 10,000 years. He laid one hand on the stone. The stone was cold. He laid the other hand on the stone, lower down, where the wall began to slope toward the foundation. The stone was a little less cold. He let his hand rest there. After a long count of breaths, he said, very quietly, so that only Ghost beside him could hear, lit from underneath. Ghost, who could not speak, did not. Below them in the dark yard, a servant ran across the cobbles with a copper basin in his arms, and behind him, another servant ran with a folded cloth, and behind both of them, a third servant ran with nothing in his hands at all. And the night before Winterfell's first true feast in a year began to gather itself in the way nights do, in the way they had done in this keep for 8,000 years, with no sense whatsoever that anything in it had ever been wrong. Chapter 1 and Chapter 2. The whisper in the crypts. They met in the godswood after moonrise, but they did not speak there. Bran arrived first and stood in the small, clear space before the heart tree with his hands hanging open at his sides, the way a child stands when he is listening to something that adults cannot hear. Jon came up the path with Ghost a half step ahead and saw his brother first, and was already changing his approach when he saw that Bran was not in the godswood as a boy. Bran was in the godswood as the thing the godswood had been waiting for a boy to become. "Not here," Bran said, without turning. "All right, they are listening." "All right, Bran, in the morning, before light, the crypts, all right." Bran turned then. He turned slowly, and the moon on his face was a soft moon, and he looked at Jon the way a younger brother is not supposed to be able to look at an older one. "Take Ghost." Bran said, "Aye, and take a torch. Don't take Theon, don't take Robb, don't take Father." "Why not Father, Bran?" "Because he will say the thing that ends it," said Bran, "and he will be right to say it, so don't take him there yet." Jon stood with his hand on the rough white bark of a tree he could not name, and he looked at his 9-year-old brother, who had just outlined a small, clean policy of household secrecy with the easy gravity of a maester. And there was no fear of Bran in him. There was instead the way a man stands when he sees, in the running water of a river he has crossed every day, the long pale shape of a fish that is bigger than the river. The river was the same. The river was changed, both at once. "All right, Bran, Tomorrow, tomorrow, Bran left the godswood. Jon stood for some minutes longer with his hand on the bark. The heart tree's face wept slow red sap into the pool at its root. The pool reflected nothing. There was a wind in the highest branches and no wind anywhere below them. He slept 3 hours. He woke an hour before dawn, dressed in the dark by feel, put on his second-best cloak because his best one had been brushed by Septa Mordane for the feast tomorrow and would be missed, and slipped down the back stair of the boy's wing with a torch unlit in his hand and Ghost at his heel. Bran was waiting in the long stone passage that led to the crypt door. He had a candle in a cracked stone holder. The candle was already lit. "How long have you been here?" Jon said. "Not long, Bran. All night," said Bran, with no shame at all, as if having sat all night in a stone passage with a candle in a cracked holder was a thing 9-year-old boys did, and the difficulty of the question was that grown men had forgotten about it. "I couldn't sleep. There were too many of them tonight." "Too many of what?" "Crows." Jon lit his torch off Bran's candle. The crypt door, which was very old and very heavy and very rarely opened, was unlocked. It had been unlocked yesterday afternoon by Lord Stark himself, so that Robert the King could be taken down to Lyanna. It had not been relocked, because the steward who would have relocked it had been chased back up the stairs by something he did not understand in time to lock it. He had been going to tell the Maester. He had not got round to telling the Maester yet. He would, very shortly, no longer remember what he had been going to tell anyone. The door swung open under Jon's hand with the slow groan of an old throat clearing itself. The stairs went down. Going down into the crypts of Winterfell in the dark, even with a torch in your hand and a candle in the small hand beside you, is not a thing the body forgets. The first stair takes the breath from the room above. The 5th stair takes the warmth. By the 10th stair the air has the still mineral coolness of a place that has not had weather in it for 8,000 years. And by the 15th, the torch you carry stops pretending to throw heat, and merely makes a small, clean shape in the dark for you to walk into. The kings of winter wait in their alcoves on either side, granite-cut, their stone direwolves at their feet, their iron longswords laid across their laps. The wolves do not move. The iron swords are there to bind the dead in their tombs, and they have always been there, and nobody alive in the keep above has ever needed them to do their work. Jon and Bran walked down past the dead lords of Winterfell with their direwolves at their feet, past Cregan and Brandon and Rickard and Edric, past the kings whose names had been read out at the Kingsmoot beyond the wall before there had been a wall, past the recent ones who had been only lords and not kings, until they came to the first turn where the crypts widen into the older work. Bran stopped. "Down further," he said. "How much further?" "Theon Stark," said Bran. "King Theon, the hungry wolf. He's at the end of the second turn." "You've been counting." "I've been seeing." Jon did not ask the difference. They went further. The crypts deepened. The carving on the alcoves grew older. The faces of the lords above the alcoves grew rougher, less an attempt at portraiture and more an honest abandonment of the project. At this depth, the dead had been kings of an older sort, and the stonemasons had carved them as the dead they had been, broad-skulled, low-browed, axe-handed, sword-handed. The torch flame stretched up and lay sideways against the stones, pointing inward in a way that fire should not lie. Jon noted it. He did not comment. Beside him Bran's candle did not move. They came to King Theon Stark. Theon Stark, the hungry wolf, had been a king of winter who had carried the war across the narrow sea to Andalos before there had been a Targaryen in Westeros. His stone face was broad and unsmiling. His stone hands were folded across the hilt of a stone sword as long as Jon was tall. His stone direwolf was carved at his feet with its tongue out and its eyes closed and a faint smile on its narrow stone mouth, as if at a private joke. Behind his alcove the wall went on into the deep dark. Jon held the torch up. "Here," said Bran. "Here, behind." There was a sealed alcove behind King Theon Stark's statue. Jon had not known there was a sealed alcove behind King Theon Stark's statue. Nobody in the keep above had told him there was a sealed alcove behind King Theon Stark's statue. He looked at the wall behind the king, and saw that the wall behind the king was a wall. And then he looked at it a second time, the way Tyrion Lannister looked at things, and he saw that the wall behind the king was a wall that had been made by a man, while the rest of the crypt was a wall that had been made by a mountain. The mortar was different. The mortar was old. It was not, however, 8,000-year-old. It was perhaps 200-year-old. It had been mixed by a careful hand with not very much sand in it and not very much lime. "Bran, has anyone ever come down here with you?" "Yes." "Who?" "Old Nan." Jon turned his head. She had not been there a heartbeat ago. She was there now. She stood in the long, sloped tongue of the torch shadow at the foot of King Theon's statue. Very small, the smallness of an old woman who has been getting smaller for 40 years, wrapped in a thick brown shawl. Her white hair was up under a kerchief. She held a small candle of her own. She had not, Jon understood at once, just arrived. She had been here. She was always here, perhaps, when no one else was looking. She walked the crypts the way other old women walked their kitchens. "Old Nan." "Aye, boy. What are you doing here?" "Same thing as you," said Old Nan. In the same easy storyteller's cadence she used to tell Bran of the long night. "Came down to see what's waking." She lifted her candle. She looked from Jon to Bran, and from Bran to Ghost, and from Ghost to the wall behind King Theon Stark. Her face did not change much. Old Nan had been alive a long time and had spent most of it in the keep above, and the keep above had not given her many faces. This was a face for the time when the keep above had finally produced a thing worth a face. She walked over to the wall. She set her palm flat against the mortar. "Old Nan," Jon said. "Aye, boy. What's behind this wall?" Old Nan turned her head and looked at Jon over her own shoulder, and she smiled. Old Nan's smile was a thing made of folds, the way the moon over the sea was a thing made of foam. "Old," she said. "Old, old, old. Older than your father, younger than these stones. 3 stones, my lord, not yet lord. 3 stones. 3 stones that were given," said Old Nan, "to a Stark girl by a dragon boy when the world was much the same as now and a little different. They were to be her dowry, but he died before he could wed her, in a sad great fire away south at Summerhall. And she came home from her wedding that wasn't with 3 stones in a chest and a babe in her belly. The babe was named Brandon and was raised a Stark, and lies in the upper crypt where you'd never look for him, child of a girl cousin of your great-grandfather's great-grandfather. The girl was Sarah. The dragon boy was Daron of the 3rd son. The stones are still here. They were warm under her hand when she put them away. They have been a little less warm under the hand of every one of us since. Until last week." "Last week," said Jon. "Last week," said Old Nan. "Last week, child, the stones grew warm again. I came down on the 8th night. I came down on the 9th night. I came down on the 10th. Each night a little warmer. Each night they sang a little louder. And then the king's outrider came up the King's Road, and the bells rang, and the king came in through the gate, and the hounds set up their howl. And here we are." Jon stood very still. Bran beside him was looking past Old Nan at the wall. Bran's eyes were the way Bran's eyes had been in the Godswood. He was not looking at the wall as a thing. He was looking at the wall as a door. "Old Nan," Jon said, "have you told my lord father?" "Aye, boy. You have." "Long since, when he was a boy younger than you. I told him there were 3 stones in the crypt and that they were his keeping, and he heard me out and he said, 'Thank you, Nan,' and we never spoke of them again. There was no need then." She looked at Jon. "He's a careful man, your lord father." He thought, leave them where they lie. He thought, leave them cold. He knows, he knows. Jon looked at the wall. Could you open it? He said. It opens for who it opens for, said old Nan. I don't know if it opens for me, lad. I am not the one whose hand is wanted. Jon stepped past her. He put the torch in the bracket on King Theon Stark's alcove, where there was a bracket for a torch that nobody had set a torch in for 200 years, and that had patiently waited. He put his palm flat on the mortar of the sealed wall. The mortar was warm, not hot. Not warm in the way of a kitchen stone in summer or a horse's flank after a ride. Warm in the way of a body in a bed 3 breaths after the body has left. Warm in the way that meant there is a thing on the other side of me that is alive. Jon did not move his hand for a long count. Behind him Bran did not breathe loudly. Old Nan did not say anything. Ghost behind old Nan sat. He sat with the careful stillness of a wolf who has decided to be furniture for the duration of a piece of business he does not want to interrupt. Old Nan. Aye, boy. How does it open? I do not know, lad. You said you came down on the 8th night and the 9th night and the 10th. I came down to listen, said old Nan. Not to open. I am not the one who opens. I am the one who watches it not happen until the year it happens. That's an old woman's work. We are a very useful sort of woman, child, though we are not appreciated. Jon almost laughed. He did not. An obscure tightening came into his chest instead, and he understood, with the steady, cold understanding that had been a part of his life since he was old enough to understand anything, that what was on the other side of this wall was for him. The world had been arranging itself toward this corridor in this hour for 200 years, and the world had used the king on the King's Road and the bells, and the howl of the hounds and his 9-year-old brother's dreams as its scaffolding. And now the world was finished arranging itself. And Jon Snow stood in front of a warm wall in the deep crypt of Winterfell with his palm against the stone, and the Lord his father somewhere asleep 300 feet above him, and his Lord's Lord asleep beside the tomb of the Lord's first love, also above him, and a queen plotting in a guest house also above him, and a small fierce brother with a candle 2 paces to his left, and a white wolf at his back who would die for him, and an old woman who had been waiting for him for 40 years. He did not push the wall. He took his hand off the wall. Not yet. He said. Bran looked up at him quickly. Jon shook his head. Not in the dark, he said. Not on this night. There are 700 armed men in this keep tonight that did not sleep in it last night. And if a thing happens down here that wakes them up, they will come down those stairs with steel in their hands, and they will not understand what they have come to. I want to know what I am before I open a door I will not be able to close. He turned to old Nan. How long? He said. How long do they wait? Long as you ask them, said old Nan. They've waited 200 years for the right hand. They can wait another 2 days for the right night. All right. All right, my lord. Not my lord, Nan. All right, my lord. Jon let it lie. He turned to Bran. Bran was watching him with the level gray-eyed regard of a Stark of older blood. Bran. Yes, tomorrow night, tomorrow night. Bran agreed as if Jon were repeating a thing Bran had already known. And not a word, Jon. They left the crypt the long way with the torch in Jon's hand and the candle in Bran's. Ghost went up the steps ahead of them. He did not look back. At the crypt door Jon paused. Old Nan. Aye, boy. Is there any chance, any at all, that I am wrong about whose hand this is? Old Nan looked at him in the failing torchlight with her old folded face and her old folded smile. Lad, she said, you came down here in the dark with a wolf and a brother who can hear under stones, and your palm warmed the mortar on the 3rd breath, and the stones inside are quiet around you the way a babe is quiet at a familiar voice. There is no chance you are wrong. There is only the chance that you would prefer to be wrong, and that is a thing, lad, the world has nothing to say about. Aye, my lord, Nan, Don't tell father yet," she nodded once. "Not till you say. Not till I say." He climbed the long crypt stair with his brother beside him and his wolf ahead, and the door at the top of the stair came back into the lamplight of the upper passage. And Jon Snow stepped out of the dark of the crypts of Winterfell into the lit passage of the keep with his hand still half warm from the wall. He pushed the great crypt door shut. He did not lock it. There was no point now. Anything that had been on the other side of that lock had stopped being on the other side of it the moment his palm had warmed the mortar. The lock would not have stopped a thing the world had spent 2 centuries patiently aiming at this door. In the kitchen passage, a serving girl carrying a tray of barley loaves stopped dead when she saw the two of them in the lamplight. Jon with a torch and a face, Bran with a candle and a face, and bobbed a quick startled curtsy at the air between them and hurried on. She would, later, tell another serving girl that the Stark bastard had been in the crypts before dawn with the little lord and a wolf, and the other serving girl, who was sensible, would tell her to keep that story to herself. The story would keep itself, however, the way certain stories keep themselves, in the small back kitchens of large keeps, while everything else in the keep is busy preparing for a feast it does not yet know it should be afraid of. In the small council chamber 3 doors down, Maester Luwin was already at his table, writing. He did not look up at footsteps. He did not look up at most things. He was writing a careful 3-line note to himself, in his own private cipher that read in plain common. The hounds, the bells, the boy on the wall, the steward who locked nothing. He underlined the last clause twice. He put down his pen. He looked at the small note for a count of 10 breaths, and then he set the note in his small wooden box of similar notes, and he closed the box, and he picked up his pen and began to write his official accounting of the day's stable charges, which was a thing it was his duty to write before breakfast. He did not, however, look out the window when he heard a boy and a wolf and another boy go up the side stair of the boy's wing in the half-gray light of the morning. He did not, that morning, need to look. He had heard them, and he had made his note, and his note would be there for him when the day was older and the matter was clearer. And Maester Luwin, who had served the Starks for 30 years, had long since learned the great Maester's lesson, which is that a fact that is true at dawn is also true at noon, and is usually clearer the second time you look at it. Chapter 2. End Chapter 3. The hatching at the feast, the great hall of Winterfell, on the second night of the king's visit, was the kind of room that wanted to be loved and had been loved by people who did not know how, and had, in the long, careful patience of stone, agreed to settle for being warm. There were 3 great hearths along its eastern wall, banked high with split pine, and the pines snapped and lisped and threw resinous sparks up into the rushes overhead, and the rushes overhead, which had been changed that morning, smelled of dried sweet flag, and of the meadows above White Harbor where the sweet flag had been cut a year ago by a woman whose name the keep had forgotten, because the keep had forgotten almost all the names of almost all the women who had ever cut a single thing for it, except the very recent ones. And Sarah Stark, who would in a few hours be remembered again whether the keep wished it or not. The trestles were set in 3 long bones along the length of the hall. The high table at the head ran the breadth of it, a single piece of black ironwood from a tree that had grown in the wolf's wood, when there had been only the wolf's wood and the wolves, and no wolf's wood in keep. At the center of the high table, on a wooden charger that had been brought up at midday from the deep pantry by 2 boys who had needed 3 tries to find it, lay the gold andiron antler crown of King Robert Baratheon. The crown had been brought from King's Landing in a wrapped bundle in the wheelhouse. The crown had not been wanted on Robert's head all day, as Robert had wanted to walk the keep with the open ease of an old friend visiting an old friend. And so the crown sat now where Robert had put it, beside the king's trencher, In a way, Robert hoped would communicate to his old friend, Ned Stark, I am a king, but I am also Robert, and I came north for the second of those before the first. The crown communicated this to no one. The crown was a piece of dark iron in the shape of an antler, with 8 prongs and a band as broad as a man's thumb, and it sat on its charger looking like a thing that had survived its own ceremony and had retired to drink. Robert Baratheon sat next to his crown. He was on his 4th cup of Dornish red, and his 2nd wedge of bread, and his 1st plate of capon, in that order, the order being important because Robert was the kind of man who did not eat or drink in the order another man might. Beside him on his right Lord Stark sat in his Stark colors, and beside Robert on his left Queen Cersei sat in something that the Reach would have called two, in 3 different senses of the word. Beside Cersei on her left sat the Crown Prince, Joffrey, whose face had been arranging itself all evening into the kind of smile a boy wears when he has decided he is bored. Beside Joffrey sat his uncle Sir Jaime, in a clean white doublet with no sword at his belt, because there were no swords at the high table at Winterfell at feast. Beside Jaime sat Tyrion Lannister, who had requested the lowest seat at the high table and got it, and from there had a clear sight line down all 3 trestles to where Jon Snow had been bidden, on the Queen's polite suggestion, to sit not at the high table but at the head of the lowest table. Next to the steward, beside a place left empty for Bran. Bran was not at table. Bran was, the steward had quietly explained, abed with a flux that had come on him before dinner. The steward had said this with no expression, and the lady his mother had nodded once, the way a lady of Winterfell nods when an explanation is in the household's keeping, and the steward had gone on with what he had been about. Bran was not abed with a flux. Bran was lying in his bed with his eyes wide open in the dark, watching the inside of his own skull, where the crows had been making more noise than usual all afternoon. And Bran knew it would shortly come time to do a thing, and he was lying still and trying to be ready. The hall was full. It was full not only of the king's household and the queen's, and not only of the lords of Winterfell and the senior officers of the king's escort and the captains of the queen's wheelhouse guard. It was full also of northern bannermen who had ridden down to the keep on hearing the king had come. Great John Umber had come south from last hearth at speed with his sons. The Glovers were here, Robert and his cousin, Lord Karstark with 2 of his 3 sons. The Lady of Bear Island had sent her steward in her stead. The lower tables, in the high firelight, were 300 faces along 3 lengths of pale board. There was bread on the boards in long rows of round loaves. There were trenchers of roasted boar from the morning's hunt that had not been a hunt so much as the throwing of meat at the king. There were great wooden platters of trout and pike out of the lake. There were the small, dark, sweet beets of the wolfswood and pickled turnip out of the deep cellars, and 3 kinds of cheese from White Harbor. There were stoups of brown ale at every 5th man, and earthen jars of mead at every 3rd. There were 2 pipers in the gallery, and a man with a badron beside them, who had not yet been asked to play. The yard outside, beyond the closed doors of the hall, was unusually full of men-at-arms because the king's escort had been billeted along the inner wall and was overflowing toward the godswood. But inside the hall the men-at-arms were not at table. Inside the hall there were only feasters and servers and the high table, and at the high table the small careful theater of a king of 7 kingdoms remembering, against his will, that he was a king. Robert lifted his cup. "Ned, you grim-faced son of a frozen man." The hall laughed. "I have not been fed like this since the night I took your sister out of your father's hall." The hall did not stop laughing, because the hall had not been paying close enough attention to the second clause to know that it was a thing the hall ought not to laugh at. But the men closest to the high table caught the second clause and went quiet. And the quiet rippled up the long tables in small concentric circles like a stone dropped in a pond. Catelyn Stark did not change color. Ned Stark put his hand once on Robert's wrist, briefly, in a gesture that no one 10 feet away could see, and no one 20 feet away could have read. "Eat your boar, Robert," said Ned. "I," said Robert. He drained his cup. "I, the boar." He drained his cup again, which was a hard thing to do as it had been empty, and a serving boy had to come up at his elbow with the jug. And Robert, who was a man of large appetite, did not register that the serving boy did not pour with confidence. Robert's eyes had gone somewhere else, away over the rim of his cup, away over the heads of the seated lords, away past the doors of the hall. He was looking at a thing in his head. The thing in his head was a girl in a blue gown in a hall of the Riverlands 22 years ago. He drank. Joffrey, on Cersei's left, had been watching all of this with the careful attention of a young hawk in a new wood. He turned his head now and looked at Robb Stark across the table. Robb was at the second highest place, on Ned's left side, in his good wool. Robb had been on his good behavior for the king all evening. Robb was at the precise midpoint in life at which the urge to be on his good behavior for a king and the urge to throttle his guest's firstborn son existed in equal measure. Robb, who was Ned Stark's son, kept the equal measure inside himself where it belonged. "Lord Robb," said Joffrey, raising his small cup, "I should like to drink to your mother." Robb, who knew where this was going by the third word, lifted his cup. "To my mother." "To Lady Stark," said Joffrey, raising his cup higher, "who has been so very kind to my mother." "To your mother," said Cersei calmly. "To Lady Stark," said Joffrey again, refusing to swerve, "who has been so very gracious to us despite." There was a small pause. "Despite, my prince," said Robb gently. "Despite what?" "Despite," said Joffrey. "What?" Joffrey smiled. He was 13, and his smile was already a very nearly finished instrument. It lacked only an edge or two of irony, which on Joffrey was likely never going to grow in. His smile said, "I have just done a thing." His smile said, "I do not know what the thing was, but I know it was the right thing to do, because it has caused this pause, and the pause is what I came down the Kingsroad for." Robb, very smoothly, took the smile. He turned it. He set it back on the table where Joffrey had picked it up. "Lady Stark has been gracious to many guests over many years, my prince," Robb said. "She has had a great deal of practice. We are very lucky in her." "You are," said Joffrey, who had not been listening to the substance. "To Lady Stark," said Tyrion Lannister, raising his own cup at the lowest end of the high table, "who has fed me twice today and not yet poisoned me, which puts her ahead of half the keeps in the Reach." The hall, hearing Tyrion, laughed, and the laugh broke the small pause, and the pause was over, and Catelyn Stark was permitted to drink her wine, which she did, and which she did not enjoy. Down the long table at the head of the lowest trestle, Jon Snow had been watching this exchange with the studied blankness of a boy who has been told to attend a feast at a low table and not interrupt anything, and who is too well-bred to interrupt and too sharp not to know exactly what he is not interrupting. He drank water. He had been served capon and had touched 2 bites. The capon, which was a very good capon, had no taste tonight, and he understood that this was not the capon's fault. Underneath him, under the floor of the hall, under the foundation, under the long stair, under King Theon Stark's stone direwolf, and behind the warm wall that had been warm yesterday and was warmer tonight, the world was beginning to ask, politely at first and then a little less politely, where Jon Snow was. The asking arrived in Jon. It was not pain. It was not light. It was a long, slow tug at the center of him, the way the tide tugs at a beached coracle when the moon is full and the men whose coracle it is are asleep. The tug had been there since the bells of the watchtowers had rung the king's hour at supper. It had grown when the pipers had begun to play. It had become now, with Robert weeping at his cup and Joffrey running his small petty knives across the table, a thing in the room with him. And he understood, clearly, finally. As one understands a thing that has been being arranged around one for a long while, that the world was not going to wait for tomorrow night. He stood quietly. He did not knock the bench. He did not speak. He turned his shoulders sideways and slipped between the bench and the table and walked the back of the hall along the wall where the firelight did not reach, past the kitchen's inner door, past the stair that went down to the cellars, past the stair that went down further to the crypts. He went down the second stair. In the gallery above, the piper, who had been playing a slow northern air about a girl and a wolf, missed half a note and recovered. The piper's boy, who held the second pipe, glanced down at the hall. Nobody in the hall had noticed the piper miss the note. The piper's boy looked at the hall again. He saw a serving boy carrying away an empty stoop. He saw Lord Stark drinking. He saw the king drinking. He saw the queen looking at her son. He did not see what he was looking for because he did not know what he was looking for, and he went back to his pipe. Down in the crypt, the world stopped pretending. Jon set his torch in King Theon Stark's bracket. He laid his hand on the warm mortar. The warm mortar was hot. He laid his other hand on the warm mortar. The wall came down. It did not come down in a way a wall ought to come down. It did not collapse. It did not crumble. The mortar between the stones simply stopped being mortar, in the way ice stops being ice when you set it close enough to a hearth. And the stones above the lintel sighed out of true, and the stones above those sighed. And the wall did not so much fall as it disassembled itself, in a way that meant the wall had been waiting to be reminded of how to be a doorway. The dust that came off it was warm dust. The first breath of air that came through it was a kind of breath there had not been in the crypts since they had been a place to bury the dead. 3 stones lay on a stone shelf in a stone room. They were eggs. They were not the eggs Daenerys Targaryen had been given at her wedding in Pentos. They were 3 eggs that had not seen daylight in 200 years, and not seen any light at all in 198, and they did not look like things that had been waiting. They looked like things that had been thinking. The one in the center was black. The one to the left of it was a deep green that was almost black, in the way a forest in moonlight is almost black. The one to the right was a pale cream gold, like winter butter. They each sat in their own faint cradle of impressed stone, as if they had pressed down into the rock under the weight of 2 centuries of being themselves. Jon went to the black one. He went to it without thinking about going to it. He went to it the way water goes downhill. He set his palm against its curved side. The shell of the egg was warm, warmer than the wall had been, warmer than skin. There was a small, slow thrum under it, the thrum of a heart not in any hurry. He laid his other palm against the other side of the egg and held it the way a midwife holds a head. He thought, I do not know what to do. He thought then, immediately on the heels of the first thought, I do not have to know what to do. The shell cracked. It cracked once, with the sound of green wood splitting under a winter's frost. And from the crack there came a small thin steam, and then it cracked again. And then it cracked a third time, longitudinally, from pole to pole. And the 2 halves of the shell came apart in his hands, the way 2 halves of a melon come apart for a careful knife. And inside the shell, there was a small, dark, wet thing curled in on itself like a child in a womb, and the small, dark, wet thing was breathing. Jon laid the 2 halves of the shell down on the stone shelf, with the careful attention of a man who has not held a newborn thing before and intends to hold this one well. The hatchling lifted its head. Its head was smaller than Jon's fist. Its eyes were not yet open. Its scales were not yet hard. Under his fingertips, They had the give of a wet leaf newly off the tree. He could feel the small, fast hammering of its lungs against the heel of his hand. He could smell, very faintly on it, the smell of a hearth that had been raked the night before. It was very black and very small and very warm. It was, in the cup of his two palms, about the weight of a cat that had just been born. He picked it up. He held it against the front of his good wool doublet, because the front of his good wool doublet was the warmest place in the room. The hatchling, eyes still closed, found the warmth and pressed its small head into it, and made a small thin sound that was not quite a cry and not quite a hum, and breathed against him. And Jon Snow, who had been the bastard of Winterfell at the second supper of the king's visit 1 hour ago, became, in the cup of his two hands in a deep stone room behind a fallen wall in the crypts of his father's keep, something else. He stood. He turned. He took his torch from the bracket. He went up the long stair the careful way, one slow step at a time, with the warmth against his chest and the small thrum of its breath against his ribs, and the green and cream eggs left on their stone shelf, because they were not, tonight, the ones that had been calling. They could be tomorrow. They could be a year. They could be never. They were not his hurry. He had a hurry against his chest that was hurry enough. He climbed. At the top of the crypt stair the small thing in his doublet stirred against him. It pressed its head harder into the wool. It made a small open sound that was the first time it had made any sound that meant it knew it was a thing in the world. He paused at the top of the stair and held it more tightly to him, and shushed it the way he had shushed Rickon, when Rickon had been very small, and it shushed. He did not go to the hall. He had no intention of going to the hall. He had every intention of going up the back stair of the boys' wing, and to his small room, and of putting the hatchling under his cloak in the warm corner by the brazier, and of sitting up beside it the rest of the night with Ghost across the door. That was Jon's plan. Jon was, on most days, a planner. The hatchling had other ideas. It stirred. It pressed its head against the wool a second time. It pushed. He felt against his ribs, with the patient repeated nuzzle of an animal that has been born knowing that food comes out of a soft place after a soft place is found, the small hard knob of a snout pressing for a thing that the wool did not have. It made a sound that was a little louder. He moved his palm to cup the back of its head. It pushed harder. It opened its eyes. Its eyes were a color Jon had not seen before. They were not red. They were not gold. They were the color of a slow fire raked at the back of a hearth in a long winter. They opened on his face. They saw him. He understood, in that opening, that the thing in his doublet was not a thing he had decided to bring upstairs. The thing in his doublet had decided, in the slow, patient way old things decide, to be brought upstairs. It pushed out of his doublet. It did not so much fly as fall, but the fall was not a fall. Its small wings, no broader than his hand, opened at the right instant, and the small wings caught the air with the sound of two damp pieces of leather coming apart, and the hatchling did not strike the floor. It glided. It glided to the top of the back stair, perched a beat on the worn rim of the topmost step, and went on. It went down the side corridor that led to the gallery above the great hall. It went toward music. Jon went after it at a run. He went as quietly as a boy can run on a stone floor in a stone keep when a thing he is responsible for is 20 paces ahead of him. He came up to the door of the gallery. The door was closed. He could hear, through the door, the pipes. He could hear under the pipes the badron. He could hear under the badron the long, even sound of 300 men eating. He stopped at the door. The hatchling did not stop at the door. It went under it. The door of the gallery had been hung that morning by a man who did not love his work, and there was, between the bottom of the door and the worn stone of the lintel, a finger's breadth of gap. The hatchling went through the gap. Jon heard its small claws on the wood on the far side. He heard its small wings against air a beat later. He pushed the door open and went after. The gallery above the great hall was a narrow wooden balcony along the south wall. From it, the pipers played down into the hall, and from it, also, one could see the whole of the hall under one's eye. The pipers and the boy with the badron were the only persons in the gallery on most nights. They turned, hearing the door behind them, with the polite alarm of musicians at being approached during their set. They had a heartbeat to be polite. They had no heartbeats after that. The hatchling did not pause in the gallery. It went over the rail. It did not fall. It opened its wings. They had grown. Jon would later understand in the very few minutes since the cracking, a hand's breadth wider than they had been in the deep room. And it spread them, and it took the warm, rising air off the hearths below. And it climbed the air the way a swallow climbs the air over a barn. It found, very quickly, that it knew how to do this. It found, very quickly, that it had always known how to do this. It rose to the height of the rafters. It descended in a long, slow, lazy arc over the high table. The pipes stopped. The pipes did not stop in the way pipes stop at a song's end. The pipes stopped in the way pipes stop when a piper is too astonished to put his lips to a reed. The badron stopped 2 beats later, because the boy with the badron had been counting, and had counted past the place where the pipes had been. The hall, having been in motion all night with the small constant noise of 300 men eating and drinking and not, mostly, listening to the pipes, did not stop all at once. It stopped in zones. The high table stopped first because the small dark shape over the high table was the first thing the high table saw. The bench nearest the high table stopped second. The second bench stopped third. The third bench stopped fourth. By the time the back of the hall had stopped, the high table had been still for the length of a slow breath, and the small dark shape that had come down out of the rafters had landed. It landed on the high table. It landed precisely between Robert Baratheon's cup of Dornish red and the gold and iron antler crown on its wooden charger. It landed not heavily. It was, after all, the weight of a cat just born, but exactly. It folded its wings. It looked along the table. It looked at Lord Stark. It looked at the Queen. It looked at the Queen's small son who had been raising a cup. It looked at the King. Robert Baratheon set his ale down on the trestle. He set it down without spilling a drop. This was not a thing Robert had done in 20 years. Men along the high table who had drunk with Robert for 2 decades watched the cup come down to the wood in a slow level descent, and saw the level of the wine inside the cup remain perfectly horizontal to the table. And they understood, before they understood anything else, that the king had not done that on purpose. The king had done it because the king's hand had become, in that one motion, a hand that no longer belonged to the king had been. It belonged to a young man who had been hunting once in a wood near Storm's End and had heard, from very far away, a sound the world did not make any more. The hatchling looked at Robert. Robert looked at the hatchling. The room around them went still in a way that had nothing to do with the hatchling. It went still in the way rooms go still when something the room had been collectively pretending was not there is, suddenly, undeniably there, and the room knows it has been pretending. It was the stillness of a household at the moment a man's lie about his daughter falls apart at the table. It was the stillness of a courtroom at the moment the witness arrives. It had been 22 years coming. It was 3 breaths long. Robert opened his mouth. A sound came up his throat that started as a roar and became, 3 syllables in, a thing that was not a roar. It was the noise a man makes when he has set his hammer down beside his wife's grave. It came up out of him and into the rafters, and Robert did not finish it. He could not finish it. He closed his mouth on it, and what was left of the sound in him stayed in him. And he sat at the high table of Winterfell with his hand on the table beside his ale, and the cords of his neck standing out the way the cords of a hanged man's neck stand out, and he did not roar. At the foot of the high table, Jon Snow stepped into the hall. He came out from the side door under the gallery. He saw the hatchling on the high table. He saw the hall full of 300 men gone still. He saw the king at the head of the table with his eyes on the small dark shape between his cup and his crown. And he saw, slowly, the king's eyes track across the table to find him. The king's eyes found him. The eyes of every man at the high table tracked the king's, and the eyes of every man at the lower tables tracked the high tables, and 300 faces turned along the length of the hall to look at Jon Snow at the foot of the gallery stair. He understood that this was happening. He did not try to leave. He did not try to speak. He looked at the small dark shape on the table between the cup and the crown, and the small dark shape on the table looked back at him. And Jon, very softly, made the small click against the roof of his mouth that he had been making at it down in the crypt to settle it. The hatchling on the high table in the silent hall in the long firelight made the same small sound back. Robert Baratheon's hand, which had set down the cup so well, came up off the trestle. It came up slowly. It did not come up to strike. It came up the way a man's hand comes up to cover his mouth when he sees a thing he has been trying not to see. And Robert, who was a man who covered his mouth with the back of his hand only at funerals, covered his mouth with the back of his hand. Cersei, on his left, did not move. Cersei had not moved for 15 breaths. Cersei was watching the hatchling. Cersei was watching the hatchling and counting. Cersei was counting because Cersei was a woman who counted, the way Tyrion was a man who counted, the way Tywin was a man who counted, the way the lions of Casterly Rock counted in their long, careful counting houses with the lamps low. Cersei was already making the small, careful arrangement in her head that would, in 5 hours' time, become 2 ravens and 1 private rider. Her face did not give her count away. Her face never gave her count away. Her face was paler now than it had been at the start of supper. And the paleness was not a thing on her face but a thing inside it, a quiet bleaching of all the colors she ordinarily wore on her cheeks. But the paleness was the only thing that gave her away. And only a man who watched her closely would see it. Tyrion was watching her closely. Tyrion was watching her closely from the lowest seat at the high table, 3 places down. He had not moved either. He had set his own cup down some moments ago, not without spilling a drop, because Tyrion's hand was not Robert's hand. He had spilled a small bead of red onto the white tablecloth. And the bead had soaked into the cloth and become a small dark eye watching the table. And now he sat with his hands folded loosely in his lap, and his head a little to one side, looking at the hatchling on the table between his brother-by-marriage's cup and his brother-by-marriage's crown. And what was on Tyrion Lannister's face was, of all the things on faces in the hall at this hour, the one thing nobody had been expecting. It was joy. It was a small, bright, clean joy, with all of Tyrion's irony stripped away from it for the length of one held breath, and after the breath the irony came back. He raised his hand, very slightly, in a small private greeting at the hatchling. The hatchling did not see him. The hatchling, very small, very black, very awake, walked along the high table. It walked toward the crown. It walked on the white cloth between the silver plates the way a kitten walks on a shelf full of crockery, lifting each foot precisely, putting each foot down precisely, watching the cloth, not the crown, until it came up beside the crown. The crown was 3 times its height. The crown was a black iron antler thing as broad as a forearm at its widest. The hatchling looked at the crown the way a dog looks at a thing in the road it does not understand. It put one small foreclaw out and laid the foreclaw on the iron. The iron was cold. It made a small sound, not loud, more a churring than a hiss, and it pulled its foreclaw back, and it sat down on the white tablecloth between the king and the crown, and it looked across the table at the boy who had brought it up from the crypt. Jon, at the gallery door, made the small click again. The hatchling, looking at Jon, opened its mouth. It was not opening its mouth in order to do what it did next. It was opening its mouth in the way a kitten yawns at a new thing, because the world had become very interesting and a little frightening and very large around it, and a kitten yawns when it does not know what else to do. And from the back of its mouth, which had not, until that moment, contained any fire at all, there came a small, short, pale orange tongue of flame, no longer than a man's hand. The flame came out, made a thin sound against the cold air of the hall, found that the cold air of the hall did not consume it, and licked across the iron antler crown for the length of half a breath and went out. The crown caught. The iron should not have caught. Iron does not catch. Iron does not, on most nights, in most halls, in most kingdoms, on most days, do anything at all when a small orange flame the length of a hand passes over it. On this night, in this hall, in this kingdom, on this day, the iron of King Robert's antler crown took the flame the way old kindling takes a spark, and the 8 prongs of the antler began, slowly, prong by prong, to glow. They glowed dark cherry, then bright cherry, then a clean hot orange, and one of the prongs at the top of the crown bent very slightly toward the table, and another sagged a finger's breadth at its tip, and the whole crown on its wooden charger became, in the space of 3 slow breaths, a thing that had once been a crown. The wooden charger took fire. The fire was small and clean and did not spread. It did not need to. The whole hall was watching it. Robert Baratheon had not moved. The king's hand was still over the king's mouth. The king's eyes were on his crown. The crown burned. The 8 prongs of the antler sagged and rounded, and the band at the brow of the crown drooped, and the whole assemblage settled toward the wooden charger like a ruined cake. And at the center of it, watching, with its small dark head a little to one side, sat a black creature the size of a kitten. The hall did not move. 300 men, the king of the 7 kingdoms, the queen, 3 princes, a princess, 2 Kingsguard, 3 northern great lords, the steward of the Lady of Bear Island, Maester Luwin in his place by the 2nd hearth, Septon Chael by the 3rd, old Nan in the gallery doorway behind Jon with her hands folded in her shawl, and her old folded smile gone. None of them moved. The hall did not move because the hall, in that long, impossible held breath, was looking at the same thing, and the thing was 4 steps from the king's right hand, and the thing was burning the king's crown, and the thing was looking at the boy at the gallery door. Robert Baratheon brought his hand down from his mouth. He set it on the table, palm flat. He said very quietly in a voice that did not carry to the second bench, "Out." Nobody moved. He turned his head slowly, and he looked at Lord Stark beside him, and Lord Stark looked back at him, the way Lord Stark had looked at him on the day they had ridden together out of the Eyrie, the same eyes, the same set of jaw, older eyes, older jaw, the same. Robert turned his head back to the table. He looked at his crown. The crown had begun to drip. A drop of dark iron came off the lowest sagging prong of the antler and rolled across the wooden charger and stopped against the rim. The wooden charger smoked. The smoke went up. Robert said again, louder, in the voice he used in the council chamber when men were talking over him, "Out." Behind him, against the back wall, a man-at-arms in Baratheon livery took half a step toward the high table. Sir Jaime Lannister, 2 seats down on the queen's side, lifted one hand, very small, and the man-at-arms saw the hand and did not take a second step. Robert stood. He stood at his table in the great hall of Winterfell, in front of 300 men with his ruined crown smoking beside his cup. And he looked across the table at the small black thing perched on the white cloth between him and his oldest friend's bastard son. And he said for the third time, in a voice that took the whole hall, out. He did not say it to the hatchling. He did not say it to the hall. He said it to himself. He walked out of the great hall of Winterfell. He did not look at Lord Stark when he passed him. He did not look at his queen when he passed her. He did not look at his son when he passed him. He walked the length of the high table with his big, slow stride, and he came down the steps of the dais, and he walked between the lower trestles, and the lower trestles parted for him without anyone moving. And he went out of the door at the far end of the hall, the way an old bull goes out of a paddock that has stopped being his. The door closed behind him. The hall did not breathe out. The hall did not know how to breathe out. On the high table, the small black creature, the hatchling, the kitten thing, the dragon, because that was the word and the hall had not been able to say the word yet, yawned, properly this time, and walked the rest of the way along the table on its small, careful feet to the place where Lord Stark sat. And it sat down in front of Lord Stark, and it looked up at him, and it waited. Lord Stark, who had not moved during any of this, looked at the hatchling for a long count. He turned his head slowly, and he looked down the length of his own hall to where Jon Snow stood at the gallery door. Lord Stark did not speak. Jon did not speak. The hatchling on the high table made the small churring sound, very softly, the small sound it had made when it had touched the cold crown. Behind it on the table, the ruined antler crown collapsed in on itself with a small dry sigh, like a man giving up an argument, and the wooden charger took the last of its weight, and the wooden charger took fire properly. And the small clean fire began to spread along the white cloth toward the king's cup. Maester Luwin, at his place by the second hearth, was the first man in the hall to move. He stood. He walked the length of the hall at the steady, unhurried pace of a man going to put out a small fire on his own table. He climbed the dais. He picked up the king's cup of Dornish red and poured it carefully along the line of small flame on the tablecloth. The fire went out. Maester Luwin set the empty cup down beside the smoking remains of the king's crown, and he turned, and he looked at Lord Stark, and Lord Stark looked back at him. And Maester Luwin said, in a voice that carried into the perfect silence of the hall in the way Maesters' voices are trained to carry, "My lord, we had best send for water." It was the small permission the hall had been waiting for. The hall took the permission. The hall began, slowly in zones the way it had stopped, to move again. Servants came out from along the walls with pitchers. The page who had been standing behind Robert's chair sat down on the chair and immediately stood up again, because he was not the king and the chair was the king's chair, and went off to find something to do. The Badron boy in the gallery dropped his drum, and it bounced down 2 steps of the gallery stair and lay on the floor at Jon Snow's feet. Jon picked it up. He stood at the gallery door in the firelight with a Badron in his hand and a small black creature on the high table of his father's keep watching him. And he looked across the long room at his father, and his father looked back at him, and what was between them was no thing that had a name yet. The hatchling on the table made the small click against the roof of its mouth. Jon, at the door, made the small click back. The hatchling lifted its small black wings and rose into the smoke above the high table and came across the hall in a long, slow glide. The wing beats so light that they did not stir the rushes on the floor below, and it came to Jon, and it settled on Jon's left shoulder. And it dug its very small claws into the wool of his good doublet to keep its purchase, and it laid its small head against the side of Jon Snow's neck, and there it stayed. Chapter 3, End Chapter 4. The morning after the hall emptied in the small, slow way halls empty when the men leaving them have not been dismissed. Lord Stark did not dismiss the hall. He sat at the high table beside the smoking ruin of the antler crown and looked at his old friend's empty chair. And Lord Stark, who was an ordinarily decisive man, did not give any orders for the length of 3 slow breaths. The first to leave were the Queen's serving women, who took the Queen back to her apartments. The Queen did not look back at the high table when she went. The second to leave were Sir Jaime and the Crown Prince, in that order. The third was Tyrion, who lingered at the foot of the dais for as long as decency allowed, and then for slightly longer than that. The fourth were the northern lords, who left in their separate small clusters, the Umbers first, the Karstarks second, the Glovers third, each in such a way as to communicate, without quite saying so, that they were leaving when they were ready and not before. By midnight only Lord Stark and Maester Luwin were at the high table, only old Nan in the gallery door, only Jon Snow on the second step of the gallery stair with the small black creature still on his shoulder, sleeping the sleep of a thing that had just hatched and burned a crown. Ned Stark stood. "Maester, my lord, take the badron from the floor." Maester Luwin bent and picked up the badron. He stood holding it. "Tomorrow," said Ned, "you will make a quiet accounting of every man who was in this hall tonight, their names and their houses and the color of their cloaks. I will want the accounting before noon." "Yes, my lord." "And the smiths. Send word to the smithy that any man asking after a crown is to be told there is no crown. There never was a crown." "There was a crown, my lord." "There was a crown," said Ned. "We will speak of when there was a crown when we have understood what has happened. Tonight we have not understood. Tonight we will not speak of it, my lord." Ned looked at his son at the foot of the stair. "Jon, father, take it to your room, keep the door barred. Eat no breakfast in the hall in the morning. I will come to you when I have spoken with the king." "Yes, father." That was all of it. Lord Stark of Winterfell, who had been Eddard once and Ned to his oldest friend and uncle to a girl in a tower in Dorne, walked the length of his own hall in his own time and did not look at the dragon on his bastard son's shoulder, and went up the stair toward his solar, where he would not sleep until dawn. Jon went up to his room. Ghost was at the door. Ghost had been at the door, the household assumed, the entire time. Ghost looked at the hatchling on Jon's shoulder with the level intent attention of a wolf evaluating a new pup. He did not bristle. He did not growl. He did not, for that matter, sniff. He simply looked at it and looked at Jon and looked at it again, and made a small short sound that was not a whine and not a bark, and turned in a small tight circle on the stone outside Jon's door and lay down across the threshold. Inside the room, Jon set the hatchling on the wool blanket of his bed. The hatchling, on the wool blanket, did 3 things in sequence. It walked twice around the perimeter of the blanket, testing the give. It returned to the center. It curled itself, nose to tail, in a small black coil the diameter of a wine cup. It went to sleep on the third breath of the third coil. Jon sat on the floor against the door. He did not sleep. He sat with his back to the door for the length of the long northern night, and he watched the small black coil rise and fall on his blanket. And he listened to the keep above him gather itself slowly out of the dropped silence of the great hall into the quieter mutters of a keep at midnight after a thing it did not understand had happened in it. Footsteps on the stair, twice. Voices in the passage outside, low. A door opening and closing somewhere along the family wing. The room of the Queen's apartments. Jon judged from the angle of the sound, and from the fact that 2 pairs of footsteps went out of that door, and the only ones that came back in were the Queen's own. He had not, at 14, ever listened to his keep this way. He listened to it. At the first gray of dawn, he heard Maester Luwin come up the gallery stair past his door at the steady, unhurried pace of a maester who has been writing accounting all night. And a quarter of an hour after that he heard, from below, the small clipped sound of a horse being walked across the cobbles of the inner yard at a gait that was not the walk of a horse going out to graze. He stood. He went to his small high window. The yard below was lit by torches at the four corners. In the center of the yard, a man-at-arms in Baratheon livery led a courier horse, saddled, toward the gate. He could not see the courier. The courier was already mounted and waiting in the gate arch where the torch did not reach. The horse went under the arch. The arch did not echo for it. The arch went quiet, he thought. A raven would have been faster, he thought, immediately, unless the raven could be read by another hand on the way, he thought. Cersei. He went back to the door and sat down with his back against it. And Ghost, on the other side, made the small short sound again, and the small black coil on the bedside once in its sleep, and the keep moved into dawn. In Lord Stark's solar, a man Robert Baratheon's age sat in a chair that did not fit him and looked at a fire that did not warm him. Robert had not gone to his apartments. He had not gone to his queen's. He had gone to Lord Stark's solar, where, 22 years before, he had sat with Ned and a flagon and a corpse to wash, and he had taken the chair on the wrong side of the table from his host. The chair Ned sat in when Ned was the lord behind the table, and he had sat. He had not asked for wine. He had not asked for food. He had not, when Ned came up the stair from the great hall and through the door, stood. They had taken each other's measure for a long count without speaking. Ned had then walked around the table and taken the lord's chair, the chair on his own side of his own table, and he had put his hands flat on the wood. He had not poured for them. He had not lit the second lamp. The fire in the small grate behind him was burning low. "Ned," Robert said. "Robert. That thing in there." "In my hall, Ned, my hall, your grace." Robert lifted his head. "Don't your grace me, Ned, not tonight, not for this." "All right, Robert, whose is it?" "Robert, whose, Ned? It came up out of the crypt." "The crypt, you say?" "Out of Lyanna's crypt, Ned, is what you are telling me." "Out of the crypt of Winterfell. Out of Lyanna's." Ned closed his eyes. He kept them closed for a long count. He opened them. "Aye, Robert, out of Lyanna's." Out of the alcove behind King Theon Stark's statue, where a Stark girl long dead had hidden 3 stones 200 years ago. The Stark girl was named Sarah. She had been promised to a Targaryen prince before he died at Summerhall. Old Nan knows the story. Old Nan has known the story all my life. She told me when I was a boy that there were 3 stones in the crypt that were the Starks' keeping. I left them where they were. I left them cold. Robert's hands were on the arms of the chair he should not have been sitting in. He flexed them slowly. "Whose is it, Ned?" "Robert. You took her from him at the Tower of Joy. You came down out of those hills with her in your arms. There was a babe. Don't tell me there wasn't a babe. There is a babe, Ned. There has always been a babe. You have lied to me for 14 years about a babe." "I." The word fell in the room the way a stone falls in a well. Cleanly, with all the air around it making way. Robert did not move for a long count. He breathed twice. He looked at his old friend across the table at which they had sat together to wash Lyanna's body, and he looked at the table, and he looked at Ned again. "Say it, Ned. He is Lyanna's son. Say it whole." "He is Lyanna's son and Rhaegar Targaryen's son. He is my sister's child." Robert closed his eyes. He kept them closed a long time. When he opened them again, the eyes were a Robert Ned had not seen in 20 years. They were the Robert who had ridden out of the Trident with the warhammer slung. They were the Robert who had walked into a sept and asked a septon to read out the names of the murdered children of Princess Aelia to him, one at a time, slowly, while he listened. They were the Robert of the rebellion. The eyes were dry. "I should kill him." "Aye, Robert, you should not." "He is the son of the man who took her. He is the son of my sister. He is the son of the dragon. He is the son of my sister." Robert stood. He stood the way a big man stands at the end of a long argument, slowly, heavily, without making any threat with the standing, but without surrendering any ground either. He walked to the door of the solar. He stopped with one hand on the latch. He did not turn. "Ned." "Robert." You hid this from me for 14 years. I. Why? Ned, behind the table in his own chair, in his own solar, in his own keep, looked at the back of his oldest friend's head and answered with the cleanest answer he had. Because you would have killed him, and I had promised her I would not let you. Robert stood at the latch a long time. "Aye, Ned," he said at last. "Aye." He opened the door. He went out. He did not slam it. In the Queen's apartments on the family wing, Cersei Lannister had not slept. She had not, in fact, undressed. She had stood at the small high window of her apartments for 2 hours and watched the inner yard in the dark. She had seen the courier go out at first gray. She had not seen him come back. The courier had not come back. The courier had been her own. She had written the courier's 2 letters in her own hand, and given them to him sealed with her own ring rather than the king's. And the courier, who had been one of her men since King's Landing and was not one of Robert's, had ridden out before any other order had been given by anyone in the keep. Because that was the order Cersei Lannister gave herself in the small hours of the morning of a feast that had become a thing. The first letter had been to her Lord Father at Casterly Rock. The second had been to the Reach. The third, the rider, had been to a man in White Harbor who was no kin to her at all, and who would not be expected to be involved in anything, and whose involvement was the precise reason Cersei had chosen him. She turned from the window when the first cock crowed in the keep. She looked at her own reflection in the polished glass set in the casement. Her reflection looked back at her with the steady measuring eyes she gave herself in the polished glass every morning of her life. She gave the reflection the small private nod the reflection gave her back, and she went, dressed and unrested, to wake her brother. In the boys' wing, Jon Snow stood and stretched his back against the door and walked the 4 paces across his small room to the bed. The hatchling was awake. It was sitting on its haunches in the center of the blanket and watching the door. It had been watching the door for some minutes, the way it had watched the king at the high table. It looked up at Jon when Jon stood over it, and it did not stand, and it made a small, thin, churring sound. And Jon, who had not slept and was sore in his back from the door and his neck from his own posture, sat on the edge of his own bed and put his hand out, palm up. And the hatchling stepped onto his palm. It was heavier than it had been last night. He noticed the weight. He weighed it against his memory of the weight he had carried up the crypt stair, and he weighed his memory against what his palm was telling him. And his palm said the small black thing on it was perhaps a third heavier than the small black thing he had carried up. The hatchling was bigger than it had been. Not much. A finger's breadth at the wing shoulder, a hand's breadth in length perhaps from snout to tail tip. It had grown in the night. It would. Jon understood with the slow, careful arithmetic he had begun to do automatically about this creature in his life, grow again in the day, and again in the night. And the rate of its growth was, if there was any pattern at all, not flat. He set the hatchling on his shoulder. The hatchling, which had ridden his shoulder out of the great hall, knew where it went. It settled there, a knock at the door. Yes, my lord. It was the household steward, whose voice had thinned a great deal since the day before. "Open it, Jon," said another voice, and this one was Lord Stark's, and Jon went and lifted the latch and stepped back to let his father in. Lord Stark filled the small doorway. He had not slept either, but he had washed his face. He looked at Jon. He looked at the hatchling on Jon's shoulder. The hatchling looked back at him with the slow, level, interested look it had given the king. Lord Stark held the look for a long count. He came into the room. He closed the door behind him. He stood with his back to the door. "Jon, father, sit, lad." Jon sat on the edge of his bed. Lord Stark stood. "You will hear me out," said Ned, "and you will not interrupt me, and you will say nothing to anyone of what I am about to say to you until I tell you that you may say it. You will agree to this before I begin." "Yes, father." "Aye, then." Ned drew a breath, and he gave Jon what he had not given Jon in 14 years. He told it in the order he had carried it. He told of Lyanna in the bed in the Tower of Joy with her hand in his, and the smell of roses in the room. He told of the small brown-haired child she had handed him. He told of the oath he had given her, the oath he had spent 14 years keeping with all the silence he had had to spend. He told of Rhaegar, not in praise, without sentiment, with the careful, even accounting of a man who has known a thing and tried to know it justly. He told of Robert. He told of why he had brought the babe home as his bastard, and not as his nephew. He told of the days at Riverrun, when he had told Catelyn a thing she had not deserved to be told, and had asked her never to ask him about it again. He told of what he had said to old Nan. He told of what old Nan had said to him. He told of the 3 stones and how he had been content to leave them cold. He did not tell Jon what to do. He stopped speaking when he had said all that he had to say, and he stood with his back to the door and waited. Jon did not interrupt. He had not interrupted. He had listened the way a boy of 14, who has carried his name on a thin shoulder, for 14 years listens, when his Lord Father gives him a different name. He sat on the edge of the bed with the hatchling on his left shoulder and Ghost on the floor beside his right foot, and he listened, and at the end of the telling he said only, "Does she know I am her son?" Ned looked at him a long count. "Lyanna will never know who you grew into," said Ned. "She knew you had been born well. She knew I would keep you. She knew I would not let Robert hold you. She rests easier for it than she would have. That is all there is in that, lad. There is more, however, in what comes next. Father, Robert will not kill you in this keep. He told me he would not in so many words an hour ago. He will not kill you in the morning. He will not kill you at noon. He may say differently in King's Landing. He may write differently in a week. Tonight he will not. There are other men in this keep, Jon, who will not say what Robert has said. The Queen has already sent a rider. I have not been able to stop the rider. I do not know yet what was in the rider's letters. I know who the rider is, and I have already sent men of my own to take him at the second crossing. Whether we take him or not, the Queen has communicated to her father within the hour that there is a dragon under my roof. Your grandfather Tywin Lannister will read that letter before midnight tomorrow. He will not, when he reads it, write back at once. He will sit at his desk for an hour with the letter folded between his hands, and then he will burn the letter, and then he will write 3 other letters that have nothing to do with this one and send them by separate riders, and then he will go to bed and sleep. That is how Tywin Lannister handles such news. I want you to understand it because I want you to understand that the thing your grandfather will do next, you will not see for half a year, and you will be doing other things when he does it. Jon nodded. There is also the matter of the faith, said Ned. There is the matter of the Reach. There is the matter of the Iron Islands. There is the matter of Dorne. There is the matter of the Wall. There is the matter, Jon, of your half-sister across the narrow sea who has not been called sister to anyone in 14 years, and who will know within a fortnight what has happened in my hall. Because there is no rider Cersei Lannister can send to a port that does not also carry 100 sailors' rumors to 50 other ports, and on at least one of those 50 ports there is, at present, a daughter of House Targaryen waiting to be married to a Dothraki warlord. Father. You will not today be a Targaryen heir. No, father. You will today be Jon Snow of Winterfell. You will stay in this room until I send for you. You will eat what is brought up by old Nan. You will not show that creature on your shoulder to anyone but myself, your brothers, your sisters when I bring them to you, your lady mother when she comes, and the Maester. You will not show it to the steward, the cook, the kennel's master, the septon, or the priest of the drowned god if Theon Greyjoy brings one in by mistake. Yes, father, Robb is coming up to see you in an hour. Bran asked at first light if he could be carried to see you. He is being carried. Your lady mother is bringing him." Jon looked up at that. He did not say anything. "Aye, Jon," said Ned gently. "She is bringing him. She asked to. I did not ask her to." Ned looked at his son a long count. "Lad, father, you were given to me to keep. You have been kept badly in some particulars and well in others. I will not tell you tonight which is which. That is for another day and your own count of it. I will tell you only that I am glad you have come up the stair this morning under your own feet." He did not say more. He went out and closed the door behind him. Jon sat with the hatchling on his shoulder a long while. Robb came at the hour. He came in without knocking. He came in with his sword on his hip, because Robb at 15 had started wearing it at his hip in the keep, and Robb that morning had not taken it off when he had gone to bed. He came in with his hair uncombed and his face set, and he closed the door behind him and looked at his half-brother on the edge of the bed, and at the small black creature on his half-brother's shoulder, and at the white wolf at his half-brother's right foot. And he did not pretend not to see any of them. "Jon, Robb, are you all right? Aye, are you mine?" It was such a Robb question that Jon almost smiled. "What does that mean?" "It means," said Robb, "that there is a king under our roof who wants you dead, and there is a queen under our roof who wants you dead in a different way, and there is a Lord Father of ours who has been up all night, and there is a mother of mine who has been weeping in her own chambers since the 3rd bell. And there is a thing on your shoulder that came up out of our crypt, and I do not understand any of this, and I will, but I will not understand it before I have asked you a question, and so I am asking you the question. Are you mine, Jon? Are you my brother?" Did the thing on your shoulder change the answer? Jon looked at him. "I am your brother." "Aye, it did not change." "Aye, Robb, Jon, if you have to choose between me and the king." "There is no choice in that, Jon," said Robb. "There is no choosing in that. There was no choosing in that an hour before there was a dragon. There has never been a choosing in that. You are my brother. He is a man under our roof. We feed men under our roof. We do not break our own to please men under our roof. I will say that to father this afternoon, and I will say it to the lords when they ride in, and I will say it to the king, if the king is still in the keep when the saying is needed. Aye, Robb, and there is one more thing. Aye, it is not on your shoulder for nothing," said Robb. "I am only 15, Jon, and I am not as quick as some, but I am quick enough that the thing on your shoulder is not on your shoulder for nothing. It does not light on the queen. It does not light on the king. It lit on you. You will tell me when you can what that means. You will not tell me before you can. I will not press you. But I will tell you, Jon, that whatever it is on your shoulder for, I am with you for the same reason." Jon did not answer. He could not answer. He nodded. Robb came across the room. He sat on the bed beside him. The hatchling, on Jon's shoulder, leaned across in the small, careful way it had begun to do all that morning, and put its small black head against the side of Robb's neck, and made the small churring sound it had made at Jon, and held it there for a moment, and then sat back on Jon's shoulder again. Robb did not move while it did this. When it sat back, he let out the breath he had not been letting out, and he laughed a small, dry, surprised laugh. "I should be terrified," he said. I am not. "No, why am I not?" Jon shook his head. "I do not know what it is for," he said quietly. "I know what it is. I do not know what it is for. I am going to find out. Aye, Robb. Aye, I am very glad you are my brother. Aye." He did not say more. A quarter of an hour later there was a quieter knock. Lord Stark's voice on the far side of the door said only, "Jon, open." Jon opened. Lord Stark was at the door with Bran in his arms. Behind Lord Stark in the passage was Lady Stark. Bran's face was very pale and his eyes were very wide, and he was watching the hatchling on Jon's shoulder with the slow, grave, careful watching of a boy whose dream of the keep being lit from underneath had become a small black creature in the keep's morning. And Bran said, before anyone could say anything else, "Hello." and the hatchling lifted its head and made the small churring sound at Bran the way it had made the small churring sound at Robb. And Bran said, "Hello, Serax," which was a word Bran had never said before, but which would, over the next 2 days, settle into the keep as the only word for the creature that did not feel like it was being tried on. Catelyn Stark, in the passage behind Ned, did not come forward. She stood in the doorway in her gray morning gown with her red Tully hair caught back at her neck, and her arms folded under her shawl. And she looked at her 2 sons on the bed, and at the 3rd boy in her lord husband's arms, and at the small black creature that was watching her over the door frame. And her face did the slow, careful work of a woman whose long, quiet hatred of 14 years has just been informed that it was a hatred of the wrong thing. She did not come in. She looked instead past the hatchling at Jon. "Jon Snow," she said. Her voice was very even. "Were you kind to my Bran?" Jon, who had not been ready for the question, took a breath. "Aye, my lady, always, always." She nodded once. She did not say more. She turned. She walked away down the passage with her arms still folded under her shawl, and her footsteps were very even. Lord Stark watched her go. He turned back into the room. He carried Bran to the bed and set him on the bed between Jon and Robb. He looked at his 3 sons. "Boys," he said. "Aye, father," they said, all 3 at once. "Stay here." He went out and closed the door. In the inner yard below, Robert Baratheon was being helped onto his horse. He had announced at the 3rd bell, slept. He had not eaten breakfast. He had drunk 1 cup of water. He was riding for King's Landing within the hour. There would be no farewell feast. There would be no farewell ceremony. He had said in a flat voice to the steward, be glad if Lord Stark did not see him to the gate. Lord Stark, when this had been brought to him, had nodded once and said nothing. The king's column drew up in the inner yard the way a column draws up in the inner yard of a keep that has had its hospitality used, and would prefer the user to use it elsewhere now. The Baratheon banners were lowered out of the high windows. The Lannister banners came out a beat later, smartly. The wheelhouse was wheeled into position. The queen entered the wheelhouse with her 2 younger children. The crown prince went on horseback beside Sir Jaime, in a way the crown prince had not done on the ride-in. He sat his pony badly. Tyrion was on his own pony at the back of the column, where he had insisted on being placed. In the yard, ringing the column on 3 sides at a respectful distance, were 300 men in stark gray. They had come in overnight. They had come in from Last Hearth, and from Carhold, and from Deepwood Motte, and from Winterton, in small parties of 20 and 30, with banners furled and with their lord cousins ahead of them. They had come up to the keep gate and been let in without question, and been given the inner yard to stand in. They stood in the inner yard now with their hands on their pommels, and their cloaks back from their swords and their eyes on the king's column. They did not, in any obvious sense, threaten anything. They stood. They were enough, however, that a man counting them, and there were several men in the king's column counting them, would have counted enough to think clearly about what he was looking at. Robert mounted. He sat on his horse in the inner yard of Winterfell for the length of 3 slow breaths, and he looked once at the high window of the Lord Solar, where Lord Stark stood watching him, and he looked once at the high window above the family wing, where Catelyn Stark stood watching him. And he looked once, briefly, at the small high window of the boys' wing, where a small black shape sat on the inside ledge in the corner of the casement, watching the column in the yard with the slow, patient, interested attention of a creature that had not yet seen a column of riders. Robert closed his eyes. He opened them. He raised 1 gauntleted hand. He let it fall. The column moved. It went out under the gate arch of Winterfell at a slow walking pace, with 300 Northerners standing on 3 sides of it, and 1,000 Northerners standing on 3 more sides of it from the outer walls, and the Kingsroad open ahead of it under a low gray sky. and the king at its head not looking back. He did not look back. In her wheelhouse, Cersei Lannister sat with her hands folded in her lap and her eyes forward and did not, as she rode under the gate arch of Winterfell for the last time, look up at any window of any wing. She did not need to. She had counted what she had needed to count. Tyrion, at the rear of the column, looked up at the small high window of the boy's wing as he passed under the arch. He smiled. He smiled the small private smile of a man who, in the long careful winters of his life, had been waiting for a thing to happen that he had been told 1,000 times could not happen, and to whom a thing had now happened. He raised his cup. He had a cup with him, naturally, and tipped it once toward the window. The small black shape on the sill of the window, watching the column ride out, made the small churring sound it had now made to 3 Starks and 1 Lannister, and the churring sound did not carry beyond the casement, and Tyrion was too far away by then to have heard it. He rode out under the gate arch of Winterfell with his cup in his hand, smiling. Chapter 4 and Chapter 5. The realm reads the sky in a kingdom organized around the movement of ravens. News of a dragon in the north traveled south at the speed of the slowest raven and the fastest rumor, which is to say that the slow news was beaten to its destination by the fast news in every great keep west of the Trident, and that this in turn confused the slow news, because the slow news arrived to find its hosts already drunk on a more interesting and slightly less accurate version of itself. And the realm, that week, did what the realm always did when a thing the realm had not expected was happening to the realm. It organized itself into postures and reread its old books and sent its lesser sons out to walk in its courtyards while it thought. At Casterly Rock, in a stone chamber high above the western sea, Lord Tywin Lannister sat at his writing desk with a folded letter between the heel of his left hand and the heel of his right, and the letter pressed against the polished mahogany of the desk, in the way a man presses a knife against a whetstone to test the angle of it. He had read the letter 3 times. He had been told the letter would arrive that morning by a small noise his daughter Cersei had built into her household over the course of 15 years. The small private signal noise that ran from her hand in the red, keep to a man at Lannisport, who saluted a man at Faircastle, who whistled a tune at a man at the Rock. And the tune had been whistled at the Rock by an unnamed underservant in the kitchen yard at the 3rd bell. And Tywin's body servant, who had not slept until the bell rang because Tywin's body servant had ridden with his lord on the Rain campaign, and had not slept in any night since when a tune was due to be whistled, had brought the news up to his lord at the 4th bell. Tywin had been at his desk since the 4th bell. The letter had arrived at the 6th. He had read it 3 times. It said, in his daughter's hand, in the clean, efficient, lapidary script she had been taught by him in this same room when she was 9, that there had hatched, in the great hall of Winterfell on the 2nd night of the king's visit, a small black dragon. That the dragon had come to the shoulder of Ned Stark's bastard. That the king had walked from the hall. That the antler crown of Robert Baratheon had been burned. That Lord Stark had given the dragon shelter under his own roof. That this was no thing she could resolve from where she stood. That this was a thing for him. That she was, however, taking such small steps as were within her hand. The letter did not name the steps. Tywin folded the letter twice along the lines it had been folded already, and a 3rd time in a small square. He did not burn it. He did not, in the event, burn it for some weeks, although his daughter had thought he would burn it within the hour. He held it lightly between 2 fingers. He looked through the southern window of his chamber down the line of the sunset sea, where the morning sun caught the rolling tops of the western waves and made them look, briefly, like the rolling backs of small, bright animals running away from him. He thought. He thought about Aegon Targaryen I and about the Targaryens who had followed him. He thought about the day his own father had let a small fish merchant come to dinner. He thought about the day Robert Baratheon had first ridden into the Rock as king. He thought about Aerys the Mad on his throne. He thought about a long, careful private letter he had received 12 years before from a maester in the Riverlands whose name he had been waiting for an occasion to use. He thought about the price of a galley in Lannisport. He set the folded letter inside the small locked box on the corner of his desk in which he kept letters he was not yet ready to act on. He locked the box. He pocketed the key. He took out 3 sheets of paper and began to write 3 other letters that had nothing to do with the dragon at Winterfell. The first letter was to a man in Volantes about a debt. The second was to a man in Oldtown about a book. The third was to his own son Jaime, asking him, in his lord father's most affectionate voice, how he had been sleeping. He sent all 3 by separate ravens. He went to bed at the 7th bell and slept until the noon. In the small high library of the great Sept of Baelor in King's Landing, the High Septon, who was a small careful man with a very large hat, sat with 3 other most devout in the small stone reading room, and listened to one of the younger of the devout read out, in a thin, worried voice, the text of a passage of the 7-pointed star that nobody in the room had needed to look at in 20 years. The passage concerned dragons. The passage concerned, more precisely, the things dragons were and were not in the faith of the 7, and whether they were properly to be understood as creatures, or as beasts, or as fallen things, or as instruments. The passage was longer than the High Septon remembered. He listened to it, with his hands folded in his lap, and the small bell of his thinking ringing not very loudly inside his chest. The star said 3 things on the matter, and the 3 things did not agree. It said first that dragons were beasts, that beasts were of the world, and that no beast was an abomination unless men used it for abomination, in which case the abomination was in the using and not in the beast. It said, second, that the dragons of old Valyria had been an instrument of the doom, that the doom had been visited upon the Valyrians by the gods, that the dragons were therefore a thing the doom had cast away, and a thing the doom would, in time, cast away again. It said, third, in a verse that was rarely quoted, and that the young devout reading it now had needed 3 minutes to find, that when in the latter days of the realm a dragon should be reborn into the keeping of a just hand, the faith should make no haste against it, but should sit and watch, and pray and consider and remember that the gods are slow and the faith is the gods' patience. The High Septon listened to the 3rd verse twice. "Brother," he said gently, "you will read me the 3rd again slowly." The young devout read it again slowly, and again. The young devout read it a 3rd time. The High Septon nodded once. He looked at the other 2 most devout. They looked back at him. He did not, in the small high library of the great Sept of Baelor that morning, raise his voice against the dragon in the north. He did not, in the months that followed, raise his voice against the dragon in the north. He convened, instead, 3 small private councils of the most devout, in 3 separate sept houses, in 3 separate weeks, and the conclusion of all 3 small private councils was that the faith would, as the 3rd verse asked, sit and watch and consider. The High Septon was a small, careful man with a very large hat. He had not, in his long life, been wrong about what to do with his voice yet. In a stone hall on Dragonstone, the lord of the island, Stannis Baratheon, brother of the king, sat in a chair that was too big for him and read a letter that was too small for what it was telling him. The letter was from a steward in the household of his brother Renly at the Red Keep, and the letter said in 12 careful sentences that there had hatched a dragon at Winterfell. Stannis read the letter once. He set it on the table. He read it again. He set it on the table. "Davos, my lord. My grandfather had a book about dragons. He did, my lord. It is somewhere in the libraries. I know where it is, my lord. I will fetch it. Davos fetched it. He brought it back. He laid it on the table in front of his lord. Stannis Baratheon, who was a man not given to amazement, took up the book and began to read, and read for the rest of the morning, and read after the noon meal that he did not eat, and read until the candles came. And Stannis Baratheon, who was a man who when wronged required to be told twice, was beginning, somewhere very deep in the careful arithmetic he conducted with himself daily about the state of the realm, to revise a small private estimate. The estimate had to do with the question of whose blood ran truest in House Baratheon. The estimate had not been a thing he had publicly considered before. It was a thing he was, alone in his stone hall with his book and his rectitude and the slow-lit candles, considering now. Renly Baratheon at the Red Keep heard the news at supper from his sworn shield Loras Tyrell. He laughed for a full minute. He laughed so loudly that the page who had been pouring his wine looked at him in alarm. "A dragon, Loras, a dragon, my prince, at Winterfell, at Winterfell. On Robb Stark's bastard half-brother's shoulder, so they say." "Loras," said Renly, "is there any version of this story in which it is not the most entertaining thing that has happened in the realm since King Aerys set fire to his own cupbearer? Because if there is, I cannot find it, and I am looking." "There is not, my prince." "Then we shall," said Renly, "be amused." He was amused lightly for 3 days. He stopped being amused lightly on the third morning, when a careful note from his elder brother at Dragonstone arrived asking him whether he had read his grandfather's book on dragons, and what he had thought of Chapter 11. Renly had not read Chapter 11. He read it. He stopped being amused. He was, that night, careful with his wine in a way he had not been in 2 years, and the page who poured for him noticed and did not say so. On the Iron Islands, the news arrived at the salt-stained door of Lord Balon Greyjoy's, keep on pike at the speed of an iron-borne longship out of Lordsport in fair weather, which is to say at the speed of news that was not waiting on anyone. Lord Balon read the letter in his solar with a salt wind coming through the unglazed window onto his face. He read it twice. He put it on the table. He looked at his elder son Roderick, who had been alive when Lord Balon had last had a dragon to think about, which was to say not yet. He looked at his daughter Asha, who was at the table with her arms folded and her dark hair coming out of its tail and the cold patient watching eyes she had taken from her mother, and he said, "What son have I that they have sent north?" "Theon, father," said Asha. "Aye, he is in their keep. He is in their keep on this morning, and on the morning after this morning he will be in their keep, and on the morning after that morning he will be in their keep, and the news at our table on each of these mornings will be the same news, which is that there is a dragon under the roof of the keep where my son is being kept. I, Asha, father, write a letter to Theon, ask him civilly what he eats. I, father, send no other letter. I, father." She wrote the letter, she sent it. She watched, that afternoon from the high cliff above Pike, the small white sails of a dozen iron-borne longships drawn up at Lordsport, and she thought, the way her father had thought, that the realm to the east of Pike had become, in the last fortnight, an interesting realm. And she did not say so aloud. In a long warm tower in Sunspear, the Prince of Dorne, Doran Martell, who walked with 2 canes and counted in tens of years, sat in his small chair on his balcony and listened to his Master of Whispers read out the news. He did not, while the news was read, look at the Master of Whispers. He looked at the small fig tree he had been growing in a clay pot at the corner of his balcony for the last 4 years. He had been growing it because he had been told it could not be grown, and it had taken the cutting, and it had begun to set small green figs, and the small green figs were, that morning of all mornings, exactly the size of the fingertip of a child of 3. "My prince," said the Master of Whispers when the reading was done. "Aye, what instruction?" "Send a careful letter to my sister at the Water Gardens. Ask her to bring my niece to Sunspear when she can." "My prince, your niece is in." "Aye, I know where Arian is, my prince." "The other niece," said Doran. "The other one. My sister knows the one I mean." "Yes, my prince. Send no other letters." "None, my prince. Not today," said Doran. "Today we eat our figs." In the citadel at Old Town, a small, ancient archmeister named Marwyn, who was thought by the other archmeisters to be slightly mad, and was thought by the cooks to be quite mad, walked into the central hall of the citadel at the second hour past noon with a piece of bread in one hand and an open book in the other, and said in a perfectly cheerful voice, to nobody in particular, "It has begun." 3 archmeisters looked at him. 2 senior meisters looked at him. The librarian, who had not looked up from his ledger in 11 years, looked at him. "What has begun, brother?" "The dragons," said Marwyn cheerfully. "A small one in the north." The librarian, who had not looked up from his ledger in 11 years, looked at his ledger and made a small, careful entry in it. He had been waiting to make the entry for 19 years. He had built the column for it himself. He was, that afternoon, glad of his column. "Brother Marwyn," said the archmeister who had spoken first. "You are quite sure?" "I am quite sure." "How?" "I was told," said Marwyn, "by a glass candle that has been lit since last night and that will not now go out, the candle in my chamber. The candle that has not been lit before in my life, because the candles that the order keeps and that the order says cannot be lit are candles that, well, they can. I shall not write you a letter about it. I shall walk to the small library and look up the rate at which a dragon's wing grows in the first month. And you shall do whatever it is you do in the small back rooms of this place when an old archmeister has told you that the dragons have come back, which, brothers, by my count, is what I have just told you." He walked off to the small library. The 3 archmeisters and 2 senior meisters and the librarian stood very still in the central hall of the citadel for the length of a slow count, and did the small, careful work of looking at one another the way 3 archmeisters and 2 senior meisters and a librarian look at one another when an old colleague who has been pronounced mad for 30 years has just been pronounced sane. They did not speak. They went, each of them by separate ways, to their respective desks, and at their respective desks they took up their respective pens, and at the small bell of the late afternoon there began to issue from the citadel a steady, patient stream of careful letters that would, over the next month, change the shape of the conversation about dragons in every literate household of the realm. At Riverrun, the Lord of the Riverlands, Hoster Tully, was dying as he had been dying for 2 years. His brother Brynden read him the letter at his bedside, slowly, twice. The old man, who had not opened his eyes since the 3rd bell, opened them at the 2nd reading. "Cat," he said faintly. "Aye, brother. Cat is at Winterfell. Cat is in the household. Cat the boy. Aye, brother. Cat must. Aye, brother. Cat will. I shall write to her tonight. Aye." The old man closed his eyes. The Blackfish folded the letter. He wrote to his niece that night. He did not, in the writing, advise her what to do. He told her only that her father knew and that her father had asked her to do what she would do. In the high eyrie of the Vale, Lady Lysa Arryn read the letter in her solar with her son Robert at her knee and her face very pale. She read it 3 times slowly. She did not call her bannermen. She did not call her cousins. She read the letter a 4th time. She set it in a drawer. She locked the drawer. She walked the length of her solar twice. She returned to her chair. She took her boy onto her lap. She did not, for the rest of the day, give any order that pertained to the dragon at Winterfell. She did not, in the months that followed, give any such order. Lysa Arryn at the Eyrie, who had been a Tully girl once and had grown into a great deal of weather, would do, with the news of the dragon, what she had done with most news from her sisters keep over the last 15 years, which was very little. In the small counting house of the Iron Bank in Bravos, a man called Tycho Nestoris made a small, careful entry in a long, careful ledger. He did not, in his entry, name the dragon. He named only a sum, a Lannister sum, owed by the crown of the Seven Kingdoms, the repayment of which had been due in 8 months and was now to be quietly understood as due in 4. He put the ledger away. He did not pour himself a cup of wine on the entry. He pricked instead the small, careful smile of a man who had been waiting, in his long, careful winters, for a particular kind of news, and who had now received it. In Winterfell itself, in the small council chamber off the Maester's tower, Tyrion Lannister sat at Maester Luwin's work table with 3 books open at 3 different pages and a 4th book on his lap. He had not gone with the king's column. He had asked Lord Stark in the courtyard at the gate for the favor of remaining a fortnight at Winterfell to look at a particular shelf in the Maester's library. Lord Stark had looked at him for a long count. He had asked finally, "Why?" "My lord," Tyrion had said, "I am the most curious man in the 7 Kingdoms, and Winterfell at present is the most interesting place in the 7 Kingdoms, and I have not, in my life, asked for a fortnight as a guest under any roof that was not my own. I am asking for it now. You may refuse. I will ride out behind my brother and write you a letter from the 2nd crossing asking again. I will write a 3rd from the twins. I will not stop writing. You may save us both ink and time by saying yes here." Lord Stark had said yes there. He had said it with 3 conditions: that Tyrion would write no letter from Winterfell to any other house without showing it to Lord Stark or to Maester Luwin, that Tyrion would not see the dragon or the boy without Lord Stark or the Maester present, that Tyrion would, at the end of his fortnight, leave Winterfell of his own accord and not ask for an extension. Tyrion had agreed to all 3. He had written 1 further letter to his brother on the 3rd day, to be carried by a Lannister courier already going south, explaining where he was. He had shown the letter to Lord Stark. Lord Stark had read it and had not asked any changes to it. The letter had gone. Now, in the small council chamber, Tyrion sat with his books. The 1st book was a copy of The Dance of the Dragons by Maester Munkun, in a printing Tyrion's own grandfather had paid to have made. The 2nd was a slim and very old manuscript, whose title he could not now make out on the binding, whose first page told him in faded ink that it had been written by an unnamed brother of the Watch 600 years before about a thing that had flown over the gift one night under the moon. The 3rd was a smaller, even more battered, book that Maester Luwin had produced from a locked cupboard that morning with the small private air of a man who had been waiting for the right reader. The book was a Stark genealogy, 40 pages of names and dates, with the dates running back to the time of King Edric Stark, and on page 11 in a careful old hand, there was a single short entry that read, "Sarah of Winterfell, daughter of Edric, betrothed to Daeron of House Targaryen, 3rd son of King Mikar. Match broken by the fire at Summerhall, 259 AC. Returned to Winterfell. Died in childbed of Brandon, son of Daeron, 261 AC. Brandon was raised as a Stark cousin and died unmarried at the age of 41. There was no marginal note. There was no other entry that mentioned the eggs. Tyrion read the entry 4 times. The 4th book on his lap was a small book of his own, in which he had begun, on the morning after the hatching, to make a careful daily record. The record was not a long one yet. It said day 2, wing shoulder breadth 2 fingers, length snout to tail tip 10 inches, weight 3/4 of a pound, eats small charred mutton 1/3 of a sparrow's share, does not eat bread, fish, fruit, vegetables, sleeps on the boy's shoulder when the boy is awake, sleeps on the boy's pillow when the boy is asleep. tolerates the wolf, watches the second-born brother when he enters a room, watches the mother when she enters a room, does not chirr at the queen, there would be more entries. He closed the small book. He laid it on the work table. He looked across the work table at Maester Luwin, who had been at the same table for an hour pretending to copy out a list of stable charges while watching Tyrion read. "Maester, my lord. Have you ever seen a glass candle lit? No, my lord. Have you ever heard of one being lit? No, my lord. There is, somewhere, an archmaester of your order at Oldtown whose glass candle is at present lit," said Tyrion. "I do not know which archmaester. I do not know which candle. I know only that there is one. There are perhaps several, and that we are very shortly going to be receiving very polite letters from the Citadel asking us very small, precise questions, all of which will be in fact one question, which is, may we send one of our own to Winterfell to see the dragon for ourselves? We will say yes. Your lord will say yes, or he will say no, and we will all live to regret his saying no. They will come. There will be 3 of them. They will travel as merchants and not as maesters, and one of them will be the smallest, oldest, most unpleasant little man you have ever seen, and you will recognize him by the smell of pipeweed. When he comes, you and I will receive him together. Until then, Maester, I would like you to find me in your library every book you have that mentions the keeping of dragons in winter and the weighing of dragons in their 2nd month, and the disposition of dragons toward men whom they have not chosen, and the question of whether a dragon may be addressed by a name not given in High Valyrian. I will read them all. I will read them faster than you would believe. And at the end of the fortnight I will go south with what I have read, and I will share it with no one in my own house, and I will share it, if you ask me, by raven with you." Maester Luwin set down his pen. "My lord Tyrion." Why?" It was the same question Lord Stark had asked at the gate, and Tyrion gave Maester Luwin the same answer, but more slowly. "I am the small drunken son of a great cold father," he said, "and I have spent my life reading because I cannot ride. I have not, in all my reading, ever come across an event of the size of the one that took place in your great hall on the 2nd night of the king's visit. I should like to be the man who recorded it. I should like, more, to be the man whose record was correct. I should like, more still, to be the man whose record was correct and useful. It will not be useful to my house. My house has already arranged its position on this matter, and the position will not be improved by my pen. The record may, however, be useful to the boy." He looked at the small black book on the table beside the 3 large ones. "And he will need," said Tyrion, "a friend who counts." Maester Luwin folded his hands on his desk. "My lord," he said, "I will fetch the books." He stood. He went to the inner door of the library. He paused with his hand on the door. "My lord Tyrion." "Aye, Maester, you said 3. Aye, 3 of them coming from the Citadel." "Aye, you said 3 because—" "Because 3 is the number," said Tyrion. "The Citadel always sends when the question is real." Maester Luwin nodded once. He went into the library. Tyrion sat alone at the work table. He took up his small book and he turned to a fresh page, and at the head of the page he wrote in his careful southern hand, "Day 3, first ravens out of the keep. Realm beginning to take its position. Tywin will be silent for some weeks. Faith silent for longer. Stannis reading. Renly amused, then careful. Doran picking figs. The Citadel awake. The bank in Bravos awake. The Vale silent. The Trident silent. The Reach divided. Dorne listening. The boy on his shoulder. The wolf in the doorway. The mother walking in the godswood. The father in his solar. The dragon, 2 finger breadths wider at the wing shoulder than yesterday morning. The dragon grows." He set the book down. He picked up his cup. He drank. The cup was small, and the wine in it was the watered northern stuff Maester Luwin kept in the council chamber. It was not the wine Tyrion would have ordered. He drank it anyway. He was Tyrion Lannister, and he had been waiting all his life to be in the right room when the right thing happened. And he was, that afternoon, in the right room. Chapter 5, End Chapter 6. Wolves close their ranks. Catelyn Stark walked in the Godswood on the second morning after the king rode south. She walked there alone. She had walked there alone on the morning before. She would walk there alone on the morning after. Walking alone in the Godswood was a thing Catelyn Stark had not been able to do, in 14 years of marriage to Eddard Stark, without composing in her head the small, careful prayers of a Southron lady who would have preferred to be in a sept. Today, she did not compose any prayer. She walked under the white branches of the heart tree and listened to the slow drip of the slow red sap into the pool at the root, and put one hand, after a while, against the bark of the tree. The bark was cold. It had always been cold. She had not, in 15 years of marriage, ever expected anything else of it. She stood with her palm on the bark for a long count. Behind her on the path, she heard the soft step of Maester Luwin, who had come into the Godswood at her invitation. He stopped at a respectful distance. He did not speak. "Maester, my lady, how long since the last dragon? 152 years, my lady. You are sure?" "I am sure." Arya Targaryen's mount, the cannibal which she had taken from the dragon pit at 9. She rode it east. She returned dying. The Maester at the Red Keep recorded the year. There has been no dragon in Westeros since 152. Aye. She kept her hand on the bark. "Maester, my lady, in the books you keep, the genealogies, is the boy on his shoulder?" It was a slow, oblique question, and Maester Luwin took it slowly. "He is not in the genealogy I have, my lady. The genealogy I have was made for your husband's grandfather and ends with your husband's father. There is a more complete genealogy in Oldtown, kept by the Order, and that one will have him in by the year-end if it does not have him in by tomorrow. The Order is, at present, very awake. He is a Stark by name in the book that is here. In the book that is here, he is Jon Snow. And in the deeper book, the older one, the one with Sarah, he is the son of Lyanna Stark and Rhaegar Targaryen. He is my husband's nephew, he is, my lady, not my husband's son. No, my lady." Catelyn closed her eyes. She held her closed eyes a long count. She had not slept on the night of the hatching. She had not slept on the night after. She had slept 3 hours, badly, on the third night, and had woken with the small, terrible understanding of a woman who has carried a wrong belief in her body for 14 years, and is now, in one morning, putting the wrong belief down. She opened her eyes. "Maester, my lady, bring him to me. In the Godswood. Now. My lady, your husband. My husband knows where I am. My husband knows where I have been each morning of this week. My husband has not asked me what I am doing here. My husband will not, if you bring the boy to me, ask me what I am doing here either. Bring him." "Aye, my lady." Maester Luwin went. He came back, a quarter of an hour later, with Jon Snow at his shoulder, and Ghost at Jon's heel, and the small black creature, no longer quite so small, on Jon's left shoulder, where the small black creature had been spending the largest part of its waking hours all week. The creature on the shoulder was a hand's breadth longer at the snout than it had been when it had walked the high table of the great hall, and its wings, folded close along its sides, were a hand's breadth wider at the shoulder than they had been. Its eye, in the morning light of the Godswood, was the color of old amber held to a candle. It watched Catelyn Stark from Jon's shoulder with the slow, attentive watching it had given her at the doorway of Jon's room on the morning after. "My lady," Jon said. "Jon Snow. My lady, my father. Your father is in his solar. Your father knows you are here. Your father did not send you, I sent you. Come." She let go of the bark. She turned. She stepped 2 paces from the heart tree and stopped on the path. Jon, who had not been certain what was being asked of him, came forward at the Meister's nod and stopped a respectful pace from his father's lady wife. He had taken off his cloak in the keep before coming out. Meister Lewin had asked him to, in case any of the household saw a cloak going to the godswood and counted the comings and the goings. And he stood in his good wool doublet in the cold morning air with the small dragon on his shoulder and his white wolf at his heel and his father's wife in front of him. Catelyn looked at him. She looked at him a long time. She had not looked at Jon Snow in 14 years. She had looked in 14 years in his direction. She had looked past him. She had looked over his shoulder. She had looked occasionally at his hands when he had passed a dish along a table, to be sure he had washed them. She had not in 14 years looked at Jon Snow. She looked at him now. He was a young man with a long, stark face and a stark jaw and gray, stark eyes, and he had her husband's hands. And that, she understood, with the small, dry, clean understanding of a Tully woman, had been the thing she had been refusing to look at. He had her husband's hands, and they were not her husband's son's hands. They were her husband's sister's son's hands. They had been her husband's sister's hands. She had not seen Lyanna in her short life. She had heard her husband speak of Lyanna only twice in 15 years. She did not, looking at the boy, know if the long face and the gray eyes and the careful hands were the things in him that were Stark or the things in him that were the woman in the bed in the Tower of Joy with the smell of roses in the room. It did not, in the godswood under the heart tree that morning, matter to her. Jon. My lady. You will not call me my lady this morning, my lady. You will not, Jon, not this morning. He did not know what else to call her. Lady. I do not ask you to call me mother, said Catelyn quietly. I have not earned the word. I will not ask you for words I have not earned. You will call me Catelyn this morning. You will call me Catelyn until I tell you in some other morning that you may call me a thing I have earned. He stopped himself. I, Catelyn. She nodded once. She did not, in the godswood in the cold morning, beneath the white branches with the red sap dripping into the pool, ask him any of the things she had asked in the 14 years in her head of nobody. She did not ask him whether he had hated her. She did not ask him whether he had hated her sons. She did not ask him whether he had wanted what had come up from the crypt. She did not ask him what he intended to do with what had come up from the crypt. She did not ask him whether he intended to be a Targaryen. She asked him instead the only question she had a right to ask him, which was the same question she had asked him at the doorway of his room on the morning after. Were you kind to my Bran? Always, always. I, Catelyn, you will continue to be. I, and to my other children. I. And to my husband. I, and to me. I, she nodded again. She held her hand out, palm up. The small black creature on Jon's left shoulder watched the hand for a long count. It looked at Jon. Jon did not say anything. It looked back at the hand. It came down off Jon's shoulder, the careful clambering of a kitten coming down a tree, along his arm, along his cuff, and it stepped onto her palm. She had not asked it to. She had not known whether it would. It did. Its weight on her palm was the weight of a sleeping cat. 3 pounds now, perhaps a little more. The daily weight Tyrion was writing carefully each evening in his small book. It was warm. Its claws were sharp, but it did not put them into her hand. It made the small churring sound at her. A sound very like the sound a cat makes when it has been picked up by a person who has not been picking it up correctly until now, and laid the underside of its small black head along the heel of her thumb. She had not, in 14 years, been able to look at her husband's bastard. She looked at her husband's nephew, on her open palm in the godswood of his keep, beneath the white tree, with the cold spring water dripping into the small red pool at the root, and she understood, all at once, that the thing she had hated for 14 years had not been the thing she was looking at, and the thing she had hated had been her own picture of a thing that had never been there, and her picture had been wrong, and the picture had cost her. She did not know what the picture had cost her yet. She would find out in the months and years to come, but it had cost her, and the cost had been paid by the wrong boy. She turned her hand. She held the small black creature against her chest, against the front of her gray gown, the way she had held Rickon when Rickon had been very small. She did not say anything. The hatchling made the small churring sound again, against her chest, and pressed its small head into the wool of her gown and stayed. After a while she lifted it back to Jon's shoulder. "Jon, Catelyn, you will not in this house be a bastard again. My lady Catelyn, you will not. I will not call you bastard. My household will not call you bastard. My children will not call you bastard. My household stewards will not call you bastard. My household serving women will not call you bastard. I do not know yet what name you will take. That is for you to choose, and for my husband, and for the man your father was, although the man your father was is dead and has no voice. I do not, however, know your name. I do not know it. I will, however, know what I am not to call you, and I am, this morning, telling you what I am not to call you, and I am telling Maester Luwin so that he will repeat it to the steward. And I am telling Ghost so that he will tell the other wolves. And I am telling the thing on your shoulder so that he will know what I have said to you, in case it should ever matter to him." She inclined her head slightly to the hatchling. "My lord," she said to it gravely. The hatchling regarded her. It made the small churring sound. She nodded. She turned, and she walked out of the godswood alone with her arms folded under her shawl and her step very even, and she did not look back at Jon Snow or at Ghost or at the Maester or at the small black creature. Maester Luwin watched her go. "My lord Jon." "Aye, Maester." "That is, on the whole, an outcome better than the one I was permitting myself to hope for." "Aye, Maester." She. They did not, the two of them, find any other word for it. They walked back along the godswood path to the keep with the white wolf in front of them and the hatchling on Jon's shoulder. And as they came out of the godswood gate, old Nan was sitting on a small low stool beside the path with her hands folded in her shawl. She had been waiting for them. "Old Nan." "Aye, boy, you knew." "I knew. You sat here in the cold to know." "I sat here in the cold because the cold knows how to wait." She stood slowly with the careful slow standing of a woman whose joints had outlived their use 40 years ago and continued in the use anyway. She turned and walked beside them back to the keep. "My lord Jon." "Aye, Nan." "Will you, with the Maester and the small lord and the lady of Bear Island steward, and your brother Rob and your sister Arya and any other persons of whose presence in my kitchen you do not object, take a cup of mulled wine in my kitchen this evening at the 5th bell?" Jon looked at her. "You are inviting us to a kitchen council." "Aye, old Nan. Aye, you have been holding kitchen councils in your kitchen since before I was born." "Aye, this is the first one you have invited the Maester to." "Aye, what is the council for?" "I have a story to tell," said old Nan, "that I have not told yet. It is, on the whole, the last story. I would like to tell it once properly, in a warm kitchen with a cup in my hand and a fire at my back, and the people in the kitchen who ought to hear it. After tonight, I would like not to have to tell it again. I am old, lad, and I do not, in winter, like to tell a story twice if I can tell it once." "Aye, Nan." "Aye, my lord." They came into the keep at the back door. They went separately to their separate tasks of the morning, and old Nan went to her kitchen. The 5th bell came. At the 5th bell, the smaller of the two kitchens at Winterfell, the one old Nan had used for 40 years, and that had been informally hers for 30 of them, was warm with wood smoke and full of the smell of mulled wine and bread. The long table down the middle of the kitchen had been cleared of its working clutter and laid with cups and a single big copper pot in the center. The shutters had been drawn. The single door had been closed and barred. The persons in the kitchen were old Nan in her chair by the hearth, Maester Luwin on a stool beside the table, the steward of the Lady of Bear Island in the corner with his cloak folded across his lap, Robb Stark on a bench, Arya Stark on the bench beside Robb with her legs swinging because the bench was too high for them to touch the floor, Bran Stark in a chair with cushions, and his sister Sansa standing behind the chair with her hand on the back of it, and Jon Snow at the foot of the table with Ghost at his feet and the hatchling on his shoulder. Old Nan looked at the kitchen. She nodded. She told the story. She told it the way Old Nan told her stories, in the long, slow cadence of a woman who had heard the story told to her by a woman who had heard the story told to her by a woman who had been at Winterfell when the story had been a fact. She told of Sarah Stark and her green love letters and her 3 stones. She told of Prince Daeron and his great old laugh, and how he had once put his hand on the head of a wildling boy in the great hall, and the wildling boy had not understood what had been done to him, and the keep had not understood what had been done to it. She told of the summer hall fire that nobody at Winterfell had told the rest of the kingdom about, because nobody at Winterfell had wanted to add Winterfell's losses to those of others. She told of the empty wedding bed in the Stark guest house, and of the chest of 3 stones that had come north anyway as Sarah's dowry. She told of the babe born in Sarah's chamber in the year after, who had been called Brandon for his uncle, and how Sarah had not lived a year after his birth, and how Brandon had been raised by Old Nan's own mother, who had been Sarah's maid, in a small room of the keep that was not pointed at by the household, because the household did not point at things it had agreed not to look at. She told of the eggs being moved in Sarah's last fever to the alcove behind King Theon Stark's statue, where Sarah had asked they be moved, because Sarah had said, and Old Nan said this word with care, they will sleep there. The kitchen was very still. Old Nan looked along the table. And they did, she said. They did sleep. They slept 200 years. They slept under Brandon Stark and his children and their children and their children's children. Each generation an old woman of the household has known about them. Each generation that knew them did not need to wake them. Each generation came and went and left them as they were. I am the old woman of this generation. There may be no other woman of any generation to come. I do not know. The world does what it likes. The stones woke for the boy. They woke because of who he is. They did not wake because of who he is in part. They woke because he is the whole of who he is, Stark and Targaryen, son of his mother and son of his father, our blood and theirs, both at once, properly mixed, not a half-blood, not a quarter, but the whole. They had not waited 200 years for a Targaryen. They had not waited 200 years for a Stark. They had waited 200 years for the right one. The right one came down the crypt stair the night before last and laid his palm on the warm wall, and the wall said, I, child, and the eggs said, I, child, and one of the 3 said, I, child, I am the one, the other 2 will sleep on, and here we are. She drank from her cup. She set the cup down on the table. There are 2 more, she said quietly. They will wake when they wake. Do not wake them. Do not press them. They are not ours to press. They are the boy's. If he has need of them in his life or after his life, they will know it before he does, and they will speak. If he has no need of them, they will sleep 200 years more. That is the way of stones that have been put down by a careful hand. She looked along the table. I, she said. That is the story. Nobody at the kitchen table spoke at once. After a long count, Arya, who had been swinging her legs the whole time and who had stopped swinging them halfway through Old Nan's telling, said very quietly, Serax. Jon turned his head. Arya, Serax. What about Serax? That is his name. That is what Bran called him. Yes, said Arya, because Serax is his name. Arya, it is Jon, he is Sarah's. He waited 200 years for her right great-great-great-great-grandnephew, and the right great-great-great-great-grandnephew is you, and so he is Sarah's. And so his name has to be from Sarah's name because she is the one he waited for. Serax. That is what Bran said. It is the right name. We can call him by it. She said this with the level certainty of a girl of 9 who had thought about a thing while her legs had been swinging and was now done thinking about it. Jon looked at the hatchling on his shoulder. The hatchling looked back at him. He looked at Bran. Bran said gravely, "She is right, Jon." He looked at Robb. Robb shrugged one shoulder in the small private gesture Robb used when he had no objection to a thing. He looked at Catelyn. No, Catelyn was not in the kitchen at Sansa. Sansa, who had been very quiet, said in a small voice, "I like it." He looked at the steward of the Lady of Bear Island. The steward of the Lady of Bear Island, who had been told before the dinner that he was to take what he heard back to his lady in confidence and not to anyone else, said only, "It is a name a man could swear to." He looked at Maester Luwin. Maester Luwin nodded. He looked at Old Nan. Old Nan said, "Aye, boy, that is the name." Jon nodded. "Serax," he said. The hatchling on his shoulder made the small churring sound at the word and laid his small head against the side of Jon's neck, and the kitchen took a small collective breath. "Sansa." "Yes, Jon." Jon had not spoken to Sansa directly at table in some years. "Will you tell?" He paused. "Will you tell anyone you must tell in the household that the creature has a name now?" "Yes, Jon. His name is Serax." "Yes, Jon." She stayed quiet a moment. "Jon." "Aye." "In the Godswood yesterday when Joffrey said the thing he said to me." "Aye." Serax did not move from the heart tree branch. He watched Joffrey. Joffrey did not come closer to me. Joffrey walked away. "Aye, thank you." Jon did not answer. He did not need to. In the corner, the steward of the Lady of Bear Island wrote a small, careful word in his own small private book. The word was Serax. The Lady of Bear Island would read it on the 3rd day after. The Lady of Bear Island would write back, and her letter would be of one line which would say only, "Then he is our nephew. Tell him." That was 4 days off. Tonight in the kitchen the wine went around and the bread was passed, and Bran sat in his cushions with his small grave eyes shining. And Arya, satisfied with her work, swung her legs again under the bench. And Robb leaned back against the wall and watched his brother across the table with the slow level look of a northern boy who has decided a thing, and is keeping it where decided things are kept. And Old Nan looked into her cup, and the small fire crackled in the kitchen hearth. And the keep around them was, for the length of 1 warm hour, quieter than it had been since the king had come up the King's Road. In Jon's room above the kitchen later that night, Maester Luwin came up by the small back stair with 2 books under his arm and a slip of folded paper in his hand. The slip of folded paper had come in on the 2nd bell by Raven from Oldtown. It said one line, in the careful citadel hand, "3 of us will be at your gate on the morning of the 14th day after this letter. We come as merchants. Marwyn has begun." Maester Luwin gave it to Jon to read. Jon read it. He gave it back. "What does it mean?" "It means, my lord," said Maester Luwin, "that the world is going to ask to see you now. Aye, you will need to decide who sees you. Aye, you will not need to decide tonight. Aye, sleep, lad." Jon slept that night, the first true sleep he had had in 5 nights, and beside his head on the pillow, Serax slept also, coiled nose to tail, 3 pounds and a quarter of black warm dragon on the white wool of a 14-year-old boy's pillow, breathing in the small, slow rhythm of a creature who had now done, by the 3rd day after his hatching, every important thing he had needed to do for a long while, and who would, in the morning, begin to do other things. Chapter 6 and Chapter 7. Across the narrow sea in Pentos in the warm spring of that year, a small girl with silver hair was being prepared in the customary manner, for a thing nobody had asked her if she wanted. And the city around her was being prepared in a way no one in the city had asked the city about either. And these two preparations were, that month, the only honest preparations in the city. Because everyone else who was preparing anything in Pentos was preparing it for the benefit of someone they intended very shortly to surprise. Magister Illyrio Mopades was preparing his accounts. He prepared his accounts in the loose linen-shaded room above his courtyard, with his feet up on a small cushioned stool and a cup of plum wine at his elbow. And he prepared his accounts in the manner of a fat man who had learned, in the small, careful winters of his life, that the column of any honest household ledger was less interesting than the column of 3 other ledgers held by 3 other men in 3 other cities, and that the column of his own ledger was very rarely the column that mattered. He had, this month, 3 ledgers open. The first was Pentos. The second was Volantes. The third was Westeros. The third, this morning, had a small new entry. The new entry was the news of a dragon hatched in the north. It had come to him at the 2nd hour after dawn by a particular kind of bird, of a particular color, fed in a particular way. It had been carried to Lordsport by a particular kind of sailor, and from Lordsport to Bravos by a particular kind of galley, and from Bravos to Pentos by a particular kind of man, who had charged for his service a particular kind of price. The price had been paid before the news had been heard. The price had been paid before the news had been written. The price had been paid, in fact, 15 years before, in a small, careful contract in a back room in Pentos one summer evening with a man who had since died of being old. The contract had a single clause. The clause was, "The moment any dragon hatches anywhere in the world, my house is to be told by the 2nd hour of the 2nd day after." The contract had been honored. The contract had not been intended by either party to require payment, both of them having agreed in private that it would be honored for the sake of the surprise. And it had now been honored, and Magister Illyrio Mopades was, at the 2nd hour after dawn, surprised. He was not surprised that there was a dragon. He had been waiting for a dragon for 15 years. He was surprised at whose shoulder it had come to. He read the small news note a second time. He set it down on the small marble table beside his cushioned stool. He looked across his courtyard at the small ornamental orange tree growing in the center of it, which he had been pruning carefully for 10 years to look like a small ornamental Targaryen, and at the small white pebble path that wound around it. He thought. He thought about the small ornamental orange tree he had been pruning, and about the small ornamental Targaryen it had become, and about the small ornamental Targaryen, who at that moment was being bathed in lavender and rosewater in the bath at the back of his house, in preparation for being given to a Dothraki Khal as a small ornamental wife. He thought about her brother. He thought about her brother's tantrums, and her brother's quiet hours, and her brother's confident small careful sentences about what would happen when his sister gave him an army. He thought about the petrified dragon eggs in the carved chest in the small dark room next to the bridal apartment. He thought about the small ornamental orange tree. He did not, in his courtyard, swear. He smiled. He smiled the long, slow smile of a man who has spent 15 years pruning a small orange tree to look like a small Targaryen, and has, this morning, learned that there is, in the world, another small Targaryen, and that the small Targaryen he had been pruning was therefore not the only small Targaryen, and that this was, on balance, when one had thought it through slowly, the way one thought small things through in Pentos, better. Because 2 Targaryens properly arranged in a properly long game were worth. Illyrio did the small calculation in his head, with all the slow, careful pleasure of a man with 3 ledgers open, were worth somewhat more than the square of one. He picked up his small bronze bell. He rang it. "Master, Kazirer, find me the boy." "The boy, master," the brother. "At once, master." Khazar went. Khazar found the boy. Khazar brought the boy. Viserys Targaryen of House Targaryen, last surviving lawful son of King Aerys II, the rightful king of the Andals and the Rhoynar and the First Men, lord of the Seven Kingdoms and protector of the realm, came into Magister Illyrio's loose linen-shaded courtyard with the air of a young man who had been told that there might at last be wine in this part of the house. He was 20. He was thin. His hair, which he had been told from boyhood was the silver of his house, had been at certain hours of his early childhood actually silver, and was now the color silver tarnishes in a damp room, which was a color very close to a dirty white. His eyes were a pale lilac. His expression that morning was, he had been having a difficult fortnight, bright, hard, watchful. Magister, your grace, you sent for me. I sent for you, your grace. There is news from Westeros. Viserys did not, at the word Westeros, smile. He had smiled at the word Westeros in the past, often enough to have learned that the smile attracted bills from Magister Illyrio, who could be relied upon to charge for any service that had improved his guests' spirits. Viserys had stopped smiling at Westeros some years before. What news? There has been, said Illyrio, choosing his words carefully, the way a man on a steep stair chooses his footing, a hatching. Viserys did not at once understand. 3 words were missing from the sentence. He filled them in himself in the wrong order, a hatching. A dragon, your grace, a dragon. In Westeros, your grace. Viserys went very still. He went still in the particular Viserys way, which involved no actual stilling of his body. His hands, in their long, thin pose at his sides, twitched precisely once, the way a horse's flank twitches at a fly, but a slow draining of the color from the soft hollow under his cheekbones. Magister Illyrio, who had spent 10 years watching Viserys Targaryen's color go in and out of the soft hollow under his cheekbones, watched this particular drain with the careful patience of a man watching a familiar tide. The tide had a known length, Magister, your grace. To whom? It was a 4-word question, asked clean and short, in the voice of a man who had not, for a count of 7 breaths, been a fool. It was the question Magister Illyrio had been waiting for him to ask. It was a question Magister Illyrio, who had cultivated Viserys Targaryen for 10 years for the careful indirect purpose of using him in a long indirect game, had not always been certain Viserys Targaryen was capable of asking. He answered it with care. Your grace. The dragon has come to the shoulder of a young man of 14 at Winterfell, the young man of 14, whose son, your grace, whose son, Magister, to which woman of which house has Robert Baratheon's kennel master, your grace, said Illyrio, gently but firmly, in the voice he used to interrupt Viserys when Viserys was about to ride a sentence into a wall. The young man is not Robert Baratheon's. The young man is your sister's son. Viserys did not understand. He understood the next sentence. Your sister Lyanna's son. By your brother Rhaegar, brought home from the Tower of Joy in the arms of Eddard Stark and raised as his bastard. There is, in the news from Westeros that has reached me this morning, no other interpretation. The young man is your nephew, your grace. Viserys did not speak. He did not, in the courtyard, in the loose linen-shaded morning of Pentos, scream or shriek or throw a thing. He stood with his hands at his sides, and the color completely gone out of the soft hollows under his cheekbones, and he stood for a very long count. Magister, your grace. You are quite sure, I am quite sure. You will write to me again on this matter when you are quite sure. I will, your grace, Magister, your grace, my sister. Does she know? It was a quieter question than the last one, and it had not been asked in malice. It had been asked. Illyrio understood with the slow, careful warmth he sometimes permitted himself at certain moments in his service to certain Targaryens, by the small younger brother of a younger sister. In the small voice that small younger brothers had in the long, quiet evenings of their own bedrooms when nobody else was in the room, Illyrio looked at him. "She will know your grace by sunset. You may tell her if you choose." Viserys closed his eyes. He opened them. "I will tell her." He said, "In my own time, Magister, in my own time. Your grace, you will not before then tell her. I will not, your grace. I." He went out of the courtyard slowly, in the slow, controlled walk of a young man, whose dignity is at the moment the only thing under his hand, and that needs both his hands to carry. Illyrio watched him go. When he had gone, Illyrio took up his small bronze bell again and rang it differently, twice, with a half-beat between. "Master, Khazar, master, write to my friend in Voluntees. I, master, and to my friend in Lies. I, master. Tell them what you have heard at this house this morning. Tell them only what you have heard at this house this morning. Do not, however, tell them that you have heard it at this house. Do you understand me? I, master. And one more thing. I, master. Tell my courier on the Bravo's run that I will want, this afternoon, a fast ship for a particular short crossing. The crossing will be a private one. The passenger will be a guest of this house. The destination will be told to the captain at sea." Khazar, who had been Illyrio's body servant for 15 years, and who had, in those 15 years, learned to ask no further questions when Illyrio had said a particular short crossing, bowed once and went. Illyrio took up his cup of plum wine. He sipped it. He looked again at the small ornamental orange tree growing in the center of his courtyard. He sipped again. In the small dark room next to the bridal apartment of the manse, in a carved cedar chest set on a low table of red wood, 3 dragon eggs lay in their nests of black velvet. They had been a wedding gift to the small ornamental Targaryen from a particular friend of Magister Illyrio's. A friend whose name appeared, in fact, in the second of Magister Illyrio's 3 ledgers, and they were considered in Pentos ornamental. They had been considered ornamental for 200 years. They had been bought and sold ornamentally. They had been carried at one point ornamentally across an inland sea. They had ornamented the courtyards of 3 princes in Lies and a magister in Tyrosh, and a slave-master in Voluntees. And they had ornamented the small dark room next to the bridal apartment of Magister Illyrio's manse in Pentos for 6 weeks, in a closed chest, with very little of consequence happening to them. 2 of them were the color of dragonfire frozen, and 1 was the color of cream, and the cream one had a faint pale gold marbling along its curve that looked, in certain light, like a small map of nothing in particular. At the 2nd hour after dawn, in Magister Illyrio's small dark room next to the bridal apartment, the cream one made a small dry sound against the black velvet of its nest. It was not a sound a man would have heard. It was the sound of an egg shell that had been the temperature of the room for 200 years deciding to be, very slightly, half a finger's breadth warmer than the room. The black velvet of the nest did not register the difference. The carved cedar of the chest did not register the difference. The small dark room next to the bridal apartment did not register the difference. The hand of a girl of 13, when at the 5th hour after dawn she would come to the chest to look at her wedding gift in the way she had been coming each morning of the last 6 weeks, was going to register the difference at once. In her bath, an hour before the 5th, Daenerys Targaryen of the House of the Dragon was being prepared. The handmaidens had set the lavender in the bathwater, because Magister Illyrio had said to set lavender in the bathwater. They had brushed the long pale hair until it shone because Magister Illyrio had said to brush the hair until it shone. They had laid out the bridal silks because the bridal silks had been laid out by Magister Illyrio's tailors 3 days before, in the proper sequence, in the proper light, with the proper notes pinned to each piece by the proper hand. Daenerys, in the bath, was not paying attention to any of this. She was small and pale and had a long, thoughtful face, and she was looking at the white tiled ceiling above the bath. She had had a dream. She had had it in the small, dark hour before the dawn. She had had it the night before also, and the night before that in a thinner form less clearly, and the night before that in a thinner form still. The dream had been, each night longer and clearer than the night before. The dream had been, this last night, very clear. In the dream, she had been standing on a stone path in a forest of gray trees, in a country in which the wind smelt of pine. The trees were white-barked. The branches were red-leaved. In the center of the clearing was a tree with a carved face, and the face was the face of an old man, and the old man's stone eyes were weeping a slow red sap. There was snow on the ground. The snow was not cold against her bare feet, although she understood, somewhere in the part of her dream that did the bookkeeping, that it ought to have been. A young man stood across the clearing from her. He was a year older than she was, perhaps 2. He had gray eyes. He had a long northern face that was a little like her brother's face if her brother's face had been made by an honest hand. He was in a dark wool cloak, and on his shoulder there was a small black creature whose eye was the color of old amber held to a candle. The small black creature was watching her with the slow, attentive watching of a thing that had been waiting a long time to look at her. The young man across the clearing said, in a voice like cold water in a stone bowl, "Aunt," she said in the dream. "Nephew." He held out his hand to her. The hand was empty. The hand was white. The snow had begun to fall around them. The dream ended there. She had had it 3 times, and she had wakened from it 3 times, into the small dark hour before the dawn in her room in Magister Illyrio's manse in Pentos, with her hand at her own throat the way she had carried it in the dream. And the smell of pine in her nose, although there was no pine in the manse, and no pine in Pentos, and no pine within 500 leagues of Pentos. She had told no one of the dream. She was 13. She had been preparing herself, for some months, for a great deal that 13-year-old girls do not prepare themselves for. And she had learned, in those months, to keep what was hers to herself, and to bring out only what could be afforded. She had not been able to afford the dream. She had not afforded it. She had kept it. She had kept it inside the small, careful house she was building, in the long, quiet hours of her preparation, in her own chest, behind the small, heavy door her brother had not yet been able to open. In the bath that morning, she lay in the warm lavender water with her eyes on the white tiled ceiling, and she thought, very carefully and very slowly, "I have a nephew." She did not know yet that she had a nephew. She did not know yet that the small black creature on his shoulder had hatched in the deep crypt of his keep 2 nights ago. She did not know yet that Magister Illyrio had received a news note at the 2nd hour after dawn and was, at this minute, drinking plum wine in his courtyard. She did not know yet that the cream egg in the chest in the small dark room next to her bridal apartment was, that morning, half a finger's breadth warmer than the room. She would know all of these things before sunset. She had, however, the dream. She had had the dream 3 nights now. She lay in the warm water and watched the white tiled ceiling, and she thought nephew again, in the careful private voice she used inside the small heavy door, and somewhere across an inland sea, an answer arrived. At the 5th hour after dawn she went, dressed in her morning silk, to the small dark room next to the bridal apartment. She had been going each morning. She had been going alone. She had been going because she had not been able to leave the chest in the small dark room alone, and because she had not, in her own life, been allowed to keep anything that had been only hers, and she had, in the carved cedar chest of 3 petrified ornaments, the only 3 things that had ever been hers. She lifted the lid. She set her hand on the cream egg. The cream egg was warmer than the chest. She did not move her hand for a long count. She closed her eyes. She thought nephew again. The cream egg, under her palm, did the smallest possible thing an egg can do that is not nothing. She opened her eyes. She did not, at 13, in the manse of a magister, with a brother in the next courtyard and a wedding 3 days away, attempt to crack the cream egg. She had not been brought up to crack what was given to her. She set her hand against it for the length of a count of 10 breaths. She lifted her hand. She closed the lid of the chest. She walked back to her bath. The handmaidens dressed her. The handmaidens braided her hair. The handmaidens led her down through the loose linen-shaded corridors of Magister Illyrio's manse to the great hall in which the small ornamental wedding was to be performed in 3 days' time. And on the way down a slow, warm wind came in from the south and across the courtyard. And the small ornamental orange tree in the center of the courtyard stirred, and Magister Illyrio Mepades at his small marble table looked up at the wind, and at her, and at the wind again. He did not, that morning, look at the news note on his table. He had committed it to memory. In the late afternoon a dust came up off the long road from the east, and at the head of the dust, a long line of horsemen, and at the head of the long line of horsemen a great long-haired man on a great-shouldered horse, with bells in his braid, who reined his horse in 50 paces from the gate of the manse and dismounted, and walked the 50 paces to the gate alone, the way the men of his people walked into the houses of their bride promises. Khal Drogo came across the courtyard of Magister Illyrio Mepades. He came across it slowly. He did not look at the orange tree. He did not look at the linen shades. He did not look at the marble of the courtyard, or at the cushioned stool, or at the cup of plum wine. He looked at the small girl in the morning silk at the head of the courtyard, and he stopped at a respectful distance, and he inclined his great long-haired head once, and Daenerys Targaryen, who had been preparing all morning for this exact instant in the small, careful houses she had been building inside herself, inclined her own head in return. She did not, while he stood across the courtyard from her, dream of him. She dreamed, in the small private second of his inclining, of a stone clearing in a country in which the wind smelt of pine, and of a young man with gray eyes across the clearing, and of a small black creature on his shoulder with the slow, attentive eye. She came back to the courtyard. She inclined her head a second time at her Khal, who would shortly be her husband. She walked the 8 paces to him. She walked them under her own power. She walked them slowly, the way Magister Illyrio had asked her to. In her chest, behind the small heavy door, the small careful word she had been keeping there, nephew, sat, glowing. Far to the west, in a small high room at the boys' wing of a keep that smelt of pine smoke and old stone, a young man of 14 sat at the window with the small black creature on his shoulder and watched a slow snow come down across the inner yard. He had had a dream 3 nights now. In the dream a girl with silver hair stood across a clearing from him. She had pale eyes. She had a long, thoughtful face. She had said one word to him, in a voice like a candle in a stone bowl, and the word had been nephew. And he had said the word aunt back to her. And she had held out her hand to him, and his hand had not, in the dream, reached hers because the dream had ended. He thought, looking at the inner yard, she is somewhere I cannot ride to, he thought. She is on a road that goes my way, he thought. We will, eventually. The small black creature on his shoulder made the small churring sound at him, the way the small black creature had made the small churring sound at his stepmother in the godswood. And Jon Snow rested his temple, very gently, against the small warm head, and the small head pressed back. Chapter 7 End Chapter 8. First Flight Tyrion Lannister, having spent his fortnight at Winterfell as agreed, rode out under the gay torch on the morning of the 15th day, in a fur-trimmed cloak rather thicker than the one he had arrived in. with his small black record book in an inner pocket, and an empty wineskin against his hip, and no letters in his saddlebags that had not been read by Maester Luwin. He turned in his saddle as he came under the arch and looked back up the inner yard once. He had not, in the fortnight, been allowed onto the inner wall in daylight, or into the godswood, or into the kitchens of old Nan, and he had not asked to be. He had been allowed 3 sessions in the small council chamber with Jon Snow and Maester Luwin, in which he had been allowed to weigh the small dragon, and to count the small dragon's pulses, and to ask the small dragon a series of questions, in High Valyrian, that the small dragon had answered by the manner of his looking at Tyrion's mouth, as Tyrion shaped each word. Tyrion had been satisfied. Tyrion was not a man easily satisfied. Tyrion was, that morning, satisfied. He raised his cup at Jon Snow at the small high window of the boy's wing, where Jon Snow was, again. The small black creature on Jon Snow's shoulder, which was that morning the size of a small lurcher, lifted its small black head and watched Tyrion's cup with the slow interested watching it had given Tyrion through 3 sessions. Tyrion smiled. He rode south. On the day after Tyrion left, Syrax flew. He had been flying, in a sense, since the night of the hatching. The gallery rafters of the great hall had not been a fluke. The slow glide across the long room to Jon's shoulder had not been a fluke. He had taken short hops along the corridors of the boy's wing throughout the fortnight, and once, on the 11th day, he had glided down from the small high window of Jon's room to the inner courtyard below, and landed on the lip of the wellhead. Maester Luwin had counted the wingspan when Jon had brought him back inside, and had made the entry in his own book, which was, by this point, parallel to Tyrion's, written in a careful Winterfell hand in a careful Winterfell room, and the entry had read, Day 13. Wingspan, 4 feet at the shoulder. He had ringed the 4 feet twice in a small, careful circle. On the morning of the 18th day Maester Luwin's circle was no longer accurate. Jon brought Syrax down into the small inner ward before the 2nd bell. He had not asked anybody's permission. He had not, in some days, been asking anybody's permission. Lord Stark had said to him on the morning of the 11th day, Jon, the keep is yours to walk, and he had walked it. And the keep, having been walked by him, had begun to walk with him, in the small ways keeps walk with the persons who live in them. The household had not, in the fortnight, addressed him as Jon Snow. The household had not yet addressed him as Jon Stark. The household addressed him as my lord. In the curious, careful, general way the northern households used the title for any young person of a great house, whose proper title had not yet been agreed upon by any authority qualified to agree upon titles. And Jon Snow, who at 14 had not been my lord to any servant of Winterfell in his life, had accepted it the way a man accepts a cloak handed to him at a door, by putting his shoulders into it without comment, and went about his business. In the small inner ward that morning, with Syrax on his shoulder and Ghost at his heel, he met Robb at the postern. Robb, Jon, I am going up. Up where, Jon? The wolf's wood. Robb did not say anything for a count of 3 breaths. He nodded. How? On a horse. You'll not ride one of ours. I will. The grey gelding. He stood it for me on the 2nd day. He stands it now. Father gave the gelding to me yesterday. Robb absorbed this. Then I am coming, Robb. I bring Theon, and tell no one else. We are riding out to look at the trees. We are not riding out to do a thing. If we come back having done a thing, we will then say what we have done. Jon. The 3 of them rode out the postern gate at the 3rd bell. They rode out at a slow walk on 3 steady northern horses, with Syrax on the high pommel of Jon's saddle, and his wings folded along his sides, and his tail curled across the horse's withers, and the horse, who was a steady northern horse, accepting it all because the horse had been ridden in the 3rd week of Serax's life past the stables and back twice a day with Serax on the pommel for precisely this purpose. The gray gelding did not, that morning, even turn his ears at Serax. Ghost ran ahead of them on the path. They rode out across the old wooden bridge over the small stream above the keep, and into the first thin spruce of the Wolfswood, and up the long path to the high meadow above the old burnt watchtower. They did not speak. Theon, who had been told the night before by Robb that he was wanted in the morning, had taken the telling silently and arrived at the postern in the morning with his bow at his shoulder and no questions. He rode behind Jon and Robb at a careful pace. He had not in the fortnight said much in the keep at all. The household had marked it. Robb had not asked him to explain it. Theon, who at 19 had been ward of Winterfell for 9 years, knew that what was being asked of him on the morning of the 18th day was a thing larger than the keep was telling him about. And Theon, who knew himself well, had decided to be quiet until he understood what the thing was. And to be useful while he was being quiet, the high meadow opened above the burnt watchtower. It was a long, bright, open slope of pale grass and last year's heather, and one careful old gray rock at the center, taller than a man, around which the snows of 3 centuries had melted in late spring in the same year-round circle. They came out onto it at the 4th bell. The sky over them was high and cold and pale blue and very large. There was no wind. Jon dismounted. He set Serax on the careful old gray rock. Serax looked at the rock and at Jon and at the rock again. He flexed his small black wings open along their full breadth at the shoulder, and Jon, behind him, looked at the wings, and at Robb beside him, and at the wings again. And Robb, who had been watching Serax grow each day since the day of the hatching, said quietly, 5 feet at the shoulder. "Aye, Robb. He is bigger today than he was yesterday. Aye, he is going to be bigger tomorrow than he is today. Aye, Robb, Jon, aye, up he goes." He did not need to say it. Serax had already known. Serax had known since the gallery rafters that the gallery rafters were not enough. He had known since the wellhead on the 11th day that the wellhead was not enough. He had known since 2 days after the wellhead that the inner ward was not enough. He had known, since this morning before they had ridden out, that nothing under the canopy of the Wolfswood would be enough either. The sky over the high meadow was enough. He had been looking at it from the small high window of Jon's room for 3 days, and the sky over the high meadow was enough. He stood on the careful old gray rock, and he turned his head once, and he looked at Jon, and the look held for the length of 3 slow breaths, the way a horse's look holds with a man before the man unlaces the bridle. Jon, beside the rock, made the small click against the roof of his mouth. Serax made the small churring sound back. He went up. He did not, this time, glide. He did not, this time, take the warm, rising air off the back of a hearth. He took the cold, high air of the Wolfswood off his own back, with the broad, sudden, full sweep of 2 wings that knew their work. The first wingbeat made a sound the morning had not had in it before. A soft, hard whump, the way a heavy sail snaps full of a fresh wind. And the second wingbeat came faster, and the third faster still. And on the 4th he was at the height of the burnt watchtower. And on the 5th at the height of the spruce tops. And on the 6th he was above the canopy and turning, in a long, flat, slow climb, with the morning sun coming up the slope of his back, and the small black shape of him standing out against the pale blue sky. Robb, beside Jon, made a sound he did not himself recognize. It was a quarter laugh and 3/4 something that did not have a word. Theon, 3 paces behind them, said only in a low, surprised voice, "Gods." Jon did not speak. He stood beside the careful old gray rock and tilted his head back, and he watched, and he understood, with the slow, careful northern understanding he had been understanding things with since the morning after the hatching. That the small black creature on his rock had become in 18 days. The small black creature in his sky. He was not a kid anymore. He was not a hatchling. He was a young dragon, with a wingspan of 5 feet at the shoulder and a body of a small lurcher and the bones, under the skin, of a thing that was going to be twice that size in another 18 days and 4 times in another 18 days after that. He had been growing on the wool of a 14-year-old boy's pillow at night and on his shoulder during the day for 2.5 weeks, and now he had taken the sky over the wolf's wood, and the sky over the wolf's wood was the next stride in his growing. He did not stay close. He did not, having taken the sky, glide back at once to the rock. He climbed. He climbed for the length of 3 of Jon's slow breaths, and at the height of his climb he turned, in the long, flat, slow turn of a hawk testing a new wood, and went north over the canopy of the wolf's wood. He did not go very far. He went perhaps half a league. He went out of sight behind the long ridge of the burnt watchtower. Jon, on the slope, did not call after him. Robb, beside him, said, "Should we?" "No, Jon. No, Robb, he is not running from me. He is going to look at something. He will come back." "How do you know?" "He told me." Robb looked at him sideways. "He told you?" "Aye," without speaking. "Aye." Robb absorbed this. He looked at the place above the burnt ridge where the small black shape had gone out of sight. He looked back at Jon. "All right," he said. They sat down in the heather beside the careful old gray rock. They sat in a small private circle of 3, with the horses cropping the pale grass 20 paces off, and Ghost lying down across the path. They did not speak for some time. Theon, who had not been part of the private circle that Jon and Robb had had on the bench in Jon's room and would not have known what to do inside it had he been part of it, sat at the edge of the circle with his bow across his knees and his head a little to one side, watching the ridge. After some time he said, without taking his eyes off the ridge, "Jon." "I, Theon, I am going to swear a thing to you, Theon. You will hear me out before you tell me I do not need to swear it." Jon did not say anything. "I am Theon Greyjoy," said Theon. "I am the heir of Pike. I have been the ward of your Lord Father for 9 years. My Lord Father at Pike believes I will, on the morning he is done with me, ride west with one of his hands at my back and take a galley out of Lordsport and go home and be his son. I will not. I have known for some time that I will not, and I had not known what I would do instead. Your dragon went up over the wolf's wood a heartbeat ago, and I knew what I would do instead. And so I am telling you now while it is hot in me, because if I do not tell you now, I will think the better of it in the night. And I am told that a thing sworn in the morning is better than a thing thought better of in the night. Theon, hear me out. I am yours, not Robb's. Robb's I have been for 9 years. Yours, the thing on the ridge I have sworn to. I do not, however, swear to dragons. I swear to the men dragons come to. Therefore I swear to you. I do not know what oath I am supposed to use for this. The drowned god does not have an oath for it. The old gods do not. The new gods do not. I am, accordingly, going to make one up. I, Theon of House Greyjoy, swear by my own life and the names of my brothers in the cold sea to follow Jon of Winterfell in the matter of the dragon, and in all other matters of which the dragon is a part, until such time as I have given my life for him, or he has formally released me. I have a witness in Robb Stark, and a witness in the White Wolf, and a witness in the wind, and a witness," he looked up at the sky, "in a small black thing that is at present out of sight." He looked at Jon. Jon looked at him for a long count. "Theon," he said carefully, "you are 19. I. And in the morning you will think the better of it. In the morning I will think it, and in the night I will think it, and at noon I will think it, and at the supper bell I will think it, and at the 5th bell of the next morning I will think it again. I have given it to you. I do not give a thing I have given back. I, Theon, will you take it? I will take it. Theon nodded once. He did not say more. They sat in the small private circle of 3 in the heather. Syrax came back over the burnt ridge in his own time. He came back at the slow, long climbing flight. Jon would learn was the climbing flight Syrax used after his daily exploration. He came back to the careful old gray rock at the center of the high meadow and landed on it with a small, dry settling of his folded wings. And Jon stood and walked the 8 paces to the rock and laid his hand on the curve of Syrax's neck. What did you see? Syrax did not answer. Syrax did not need to answer. Syrax laid his head against the side of Jon's, and the warm, small head against the side of Jon's head told him. In the slow, careful way Syrax was learning to tell him things. What Syrax had seen. He had seen, from the height of his climb, a fire in the trees 5 leagues north of the ridge. The fire was not large. It was the cold fire of a free folk camp, 6 tents in a clearing in a stand of spruce, the smoke from the fire low to the ground and gray. There had been 7 men at the fire. One of them had looked up. One of them had seen Syrax against the morning sky. One of them, Jon understood, by what Syrax laid against his temple, had not screamed, had not run, had not snatched up a bow, had stood very still and looked at the small black creature for the length of a slow-held breath, and then had gone to the largest of the tents and gone in, and come out a moment later with a much older man. And the much older man had stood with him in the clearing and looked at Syrax in the sky for the length of another slow-held breath, and the older man had nodded once, and that had been all. Jon thought, with the slow, careful northern thinking he had been doing his thinking with since the morning after the hatching. They are coming, he thought. They will arrive before the snow, he thought. We will receive them. Syrax made the small churring sound against his temple. Jon turned his head and looked at Robb. Robb. Within a week your Lord Father will receive a free folk envoy at the gate of Winterfell. A what? A wildling envoy, Jon. Wildlings do not send envoys. They are sending one. They saw him. The man who saw him is going to walk south with a small party and ask civilly to speak with Lord Stark of Winterfell. He will arrive on the morning of the 25th day. How do you know? I know. You know because he saw. Syrax saw, and told you. Robb did not push the question further. He had not, in 18 days, pushed the question of how Syrax told Jon things further than the question had been pushed by the saying of it. He had begun to understand in the slow, careful Robb way he understood things, that the saying of the question was the answer. All right, he said. I will tell Father. In the keep that evening, Lord Stark heard his sons out at his solar table. Both his sons, the elder and the second, with Theon Greyjoy standing at the door, and he listened without interrupting, and at the end of it he said only, He did not ask Jon how he knew. He had not, in the 18 days, asked Jon how Jon knew the small private things Jon had begun to know. He had stopped asking on the 8th day, when Jon had told him at breakfast that 2 riders from the King's column had been intercepted by Ned's own men at the second crossing of the King's Road, and the carrying cylinder cut out of the lining of the leading rider's saddle. Ned had not, on the 8th day, asked Jon how he had known where to look. He had simply gone, with 3 men of his own, and looked. The cylinder had been there. The cylinder had contained Cersei Lannister's 2 letters and her 1 private note, and the 3 of them had been read by Lord Stark at his table over a slow cup of cold ale, and put in the small locked drawer of the desk in which Lord Stark kept the documents he was not yet ready to act on. He had said nothing of the contents to anyone. He had, however, written that night to his good brother Edmure Tully and to his brother Benjen at the wall in his own hand, with no preamble. The letters had said only, "Come to me." Edmure Tully was a week away. Benjen Stark, at the wall, was already on his horse. He rode in at the gate of Winterfell on the morning of the 23rd day. He had ridden hard. He came up the inner yard at a slow, steady walk with his black cloak pinned at the throat by the silver handclasp of the watch, and his face thinner than it had been a year ago, and his eyes on his older brother at the head of the keep steps. He did not dismount until he had reached the steps. He did not embrace his brother where the household could see. He went into the keep with Ned, and the keep closed behind them. In the small council chamber off the Maester's tower, they sat with Maester Luwin at the table, and old Nan in her chair by the hearth, and Jon Snow at the foot of the table with Serax on the bench beside him, because the bench beside him was now the place where Serax sat at table when he came to table, having grown over the last week beyond the comfortable accommodation of a shoulder for the duration of a council. Benjen looked at Serax for a long count. He looked at Jon. "Lad, uncle, I would have come sooner if I had known sooner. I know, we knew at the wall on the 7th day. The Lord Commander did not tell me. I was on the Shadow Tower run. I know. The Lord Commander has written. He wishes to come south himself. Aye, he will. He is on the road at this writing. He will arrive on the morning of the 31st day. Aye, there is more. Tell." Benjen looked at his brother. Ned nodded. "There is a wildling envoy at the watch," Benjen said. 2 days ago. A man named Mance Rayder. You know the name?" Jon shook his head. "He was a man of the watch once. He walked out beyond the wall 5 years ago and did not come back. He came back at the Shadow Tower yesterday morning under a flag of truce. He asked for safe passage to Winterfell. He said he had heard a thing in the woods 3 weeks ago, and the thing had made him decide. The Lord Commander did not give him safe passage. The Lord Commander did, however, take the message. Mance Rayder said he would come south himself with a small party. He said he would arrive on the morning of the 25th day. He said he would arrive at the gate of Winterfell unarmed. I." Benjen looked at Jon. "Lad, how did you know?" "He told me. Serax. He saw the camp from the air on the 18th day. I." Benjen did not ask any further question. Ned, at the head of the table, looked at his son, at his sister's son, at the only nephew he had been able to keep, at the boy at the foot of the table beside whom there sat, that evening, a small black creature the size of a young hound, and he did the small, slow accounting in his head that he had been doing every evening of the last 3 weeks. The accounting had a number at the end of it. The number was changing. On the morning of the 25th day, a small party of 7 men in furs walked, slowly, up the King's Road from the north, and stopped a careful 100 paces short of the gate of Winterfell. They laid their bows and their spears in a careful pile on the road. They raised their open hands above their heads. The leader of them, a thin, gray-bearded man with the careful, watchful eye of a man who had been many things in his life, walked the 100 paces to the gate alone, and stopped, and said in the clear, easy common he had been a singer in once, "I am Mance Rayder. I have come at the leave of the Lord Commander to speak with Eddard Stark of Winterfell, the Warden of the North." Lord Stark received him in the small council chamber that afternoon, and what was said in the small council chamber that afternoon would be the matter of every other council in every other house of the realm for the next 6 months. But the only thing said, in the small council chamber, that mattered for the immediate keeping of the keep, was the small last sentence at the end of the 3rd hour, when Mance Rayder, who had answered all of the small careful questions, Lord Stark of Winterfell had asked him in the small careful order Lord Stark of Winterfell had asked them in, looked once at the small black creature on the bench beside Jon Snow and said, "My Lord of Stark, the thing on the bench is the reason I am here. The thing on the bench is the reason a great many of my people will walk south of the wall in the spring rather than die of the others in the dark. The thing on the bench has 8,000 men, women, and children behind it that I will, in the autumn, ask you to take in. I am asking your leave to do the asking. I am not asking it today. I am asking it before the snow. The thing on the bench will know when the time of the asking is. You will know it through him. I, accordingly, do not need to remain in this keep." He bowed once briefly to Lord Stark. He bowed once briefly to Jon Snow. He bowed once briefly to Serax. Serax inclined his small black head a quarter of an inch. In the slow level way he had inclined his head at Catelyn in the Godswood. Mance Rayder walked out of the small council chamber and out of Winterfell and back up the King's Road to his small party, and his small party went north with him, and they were not seen at the gate of Winterfell again that winter. But the 8,000 men, women, and children at his back, in the autumn, would be. That night, Jon stood at the small high window of his room with Serax beside him on the sill. Serax, by the 25th day, was no longer a creature who could sit on a shoulder. He was a creature who could sit on a wide stone sill and curl his tail around himself once and look out at a courtyard the way a great cat looked out at a meadow. And he watched the snow come down across the inner yard for a long time. He thought, "They are coming," he thought. "We will receive them." He thought, with a quiet, honest clarity he had not allowed himself since the king had come up the King's Road. "This is mine to do." Chapter 8 and Chapter 9. The triangle breaks. Robert Baratheon, 3 weeks after his ride out from Winterfell, was in the small council chamber of the Red Keep in King's Landing, on his 6th cup of Dornish red of the morning, attempting to do a thing he had not been able to do at any point in his 15 years of kingship, without somebody else doing most of it for him, which was govern. He had ridden into King's Landing in a bad black silence and dismounted in the inner ward of the Red Keep, without looking at any one of his small council, and walked directly to his own apartments and shut the door behind him. He had not opened the door for a day. He had opened it on the 2nd morning and demanded wine. He had drunk it through the 2nd day. He had opened it again on the 3rd morning and called for his hand. His hand at this time was, by the unhappy economy of the realm, Jon Arryn, whose body was at the moment 3 months in the marble vault under the sept of Baelor and not yet replaced. The steward had to explain this to the king again. In the careful low voice the steward had been using to explain this to the king for 2.5 months. Robert had stared at the steward as if the steward had been speaking a language Robert did not know, and had nodded once, slowly, and gone back inside. On the 4th day, he had emerged sober and called for his council. The council had assembled at the long table in the small high chamber on the 4th day at noon. Grand Maester Pycelle, whose hands had been trembling for some weeks, and who was now relieved to have a thing to tremble for that was not his own fingers. Lord Renly, who had brought a small bowl of olives from his own house and was eating them, one at a time, slowly, with no expression whatever on his face. Lord Petyr Baelish, in a fresh black doublet, who had not been seen in the Red Keep for 10 days, and who arrived at the meeting at the 4th bell with the small, careful air of a man who had spent 10 days in the small back rooms of his city, and had used the 10 days well. Lord Varys, smelling of lavender, who had been at the Red Keep all along, and had read every letter that had been written by anyone in the city in the last fortnight, and had told no one which letters those were. Sir Barristan Selmy, in his white Kingsguard armor, standing behind the king's chair, because the king had asked him to stand there. The queen, in a high-backed chair at the far end of the table, in a gown of black brocade, who had been at the Red Keep 2 days and had visited her father's house once briefly, and had returned to the Red Keep alone, and had not yet spoken to her husband in any room any other person was in. The king sat at the head of the table. He said no word of greeting. He looked along the table. He pointed. "You," he was pointing at Petyr Baelish, "your grace, you will send my brother Stannis to me from Dragonstone within the fortnight." "Yes, your grace. You," he was pointing at Varys. Your Grace, you will write a careful letter to Tywin Lannister of Casterly Rock, and you will say in it 3 things. The first is that I would like him to come to King's Landing. The second is that I would like him to come without his lions. The third is that I would like him to come without his daughter. There was a small silence. The Queen at the far end of the table did not move. Your Grace, said Varys gently, the third, write it. Your Grace, you will write it. You will write it in your own hand. You will give it to me to seal. The third stays. Yes, Your Grace, you, he was pointing at Renly, Your Grace, cease eating olives in my council chamber. Renly set the olive bowl on the table. Yes, Your Grace. You will ride to Highgarden within the fortnight. You will speak with Lord Tyrell. You will not, in speaking with him, agree to anything. You will not, in speaking with him, mention the matter of the North. You will not, in speaking with him, mention the matter of the dragon. You will say that I am, at present, displeased, and that I would like an opinion from the Reach as to what an old friend of mine might consider a useful next step. You will then come home. You will not, in coming home, bring his daughter. Renly looked at his brother for a long count. Your Grace, may I say one thing? Say it. You will, in the course of the next year, be asked by a number of men older and wiser than me what your wishes are in the matter of the North. I will be the first of them to be asked. I would prefer, before I am asked, to know what your wishes in the matter are. Robert looked at his younger brother. He drank from his cup. My wishes in the matter of the North, he said slowly, are that the matter of the North not be the matter of the realm. The realm has had matters of the North before. The realm survives them. I am not going to ride against my oldest friend. I am not going to ride against his sister's son. I am not going to ride against a small dark thing on his sister's son's shoulder. I am going to sit in this keep, and I am going to receive my old friend's letters, and I am going to write him such letters as I can write, and I am going to make of the matter of the North a matter that the realm can carry. That is my wish. If the realm cannot carry it, the realm is to be told what to set down. He drank again, and Robert. It was the Queen. He did not look at her. Your Grace, he drank. Your Grace, my father will not ride to King's Landing without his lions. Then he will not ride. Your Grace, my father. Cersei. He looked at her. He looked at her down the length of the long table. Your father will come to the city without his lions and without you, or your father will stay at the rock. I have not, in 15 years, asked your father to come to King's Landing on terms my father set. I am asking him now. If he refuses, he will refuse. I am the king. I have set the terms. Write the letter, Varys. Yes, Your Grace. That was the substance of the small council on the 4th day. The letter went. The reply from Casterly Rock came 11 days later. It said, in Tywin Lannister's small, careful hand, that he was unable to ride to King's Landing in the season on account of the gout. The letter did not name a season. The letter did not name a gout. Tywin Lannister did not have gout. Robert Baratheon, who had received the letter at the breakfast table, read it once and laid it on the table and said no word for the length of 3 slow breaths and looked at it. And then he stood and went to his apartments and called for his horse and his hammer. He went to his hunt. He had been going to his hunt every 5 days since he had ridden back into the Red Keep. He had been going with a small party, 6 men, his hammer, his huntsman, his squire, and he had been bringing back a small thing each time. A hind, a hare, a single boar of moderate size. The hunting had been, his men had agreed in their own quarters, a good thing for the king. He had been drinking less in the days of the hunts. He had been sleeping. The small council had taken to scheduling unpopular business on the days of the hunts. The realm had not, on the whole, fallen apart. On the morning of the 12th day after the letter from Casterly Rock, he rode out at the first bell. There was no sun. The sky over the Kingswood was low, and a soft, fast gray. The Kingswood at that season was thin in its undergrowth and full at its canopy, and the boars Robert was now hunting were the old boars of the deep wood who had survived 2 seasons of his hunts and become, in the consequence, both larger and quicker than the boars of the Kingswood usually were. He had been told by his huntsman that there was a particular boar in the deep wood that had been seen on the previous 3 hunts and not taken. He had asked, that morning, to be taken to it. He had been drinking from his wineskin since the 2nd bell. He had a wineskin of Dornish strong red at his hip and another at his saddle, and by the 5th bell he had drained the one at his hip and was on the 2nd. He had eaten no breakfast. He had not slept the night before. He had been in his apartments at the small private writing desk Cersei had not been admitted to in some weeks, attempting, with his hammer beside him on the floor and his cup at his elbow, to write a letter to his old friend Lord Stark at Winterfell. The letter had not gone well. He had written 7 openings of 7 letters and burnt all 7 of them in the small grate behind him as he had written them. The first 3 had said only, Ned. He had not been able to write the 2nd word. The 4th had said, Ned, the wine here is not the wine I had at your table. He had burnt it because it had not been the letter. The 5th had said, Ned, my lady wife has not spoken to me in 2 weeks, and I do not know that I want her to, and I would like to ask you what you would do. He had burnt that one without finishing it. The 6th had said, Ned, the boy, and he had laid the pen down on the 6th and stared at the word boy on the page for the length of a count of 40, and burnt the page, and not picked up the pen for an hour. The 7th had said Ned and 3 blank lines and Robert, and he had burnt that one too, because he could not, that night in the small private hour, find the 400 words that ought to have gone in the 3 blank lines. He had ridden out at the 1st bell on no sleep with a wineskin at his hip. By the 5th bell he was 3 leagues into the deep wood, ahead of his huntsman, on his horse, alone but for his squire, with his hammer across the pommel of his saddle and the 2nd wineskin in his free hand. He had outpaced the small party twice. He had been called back the 1st time. The 2nd time he had ignored the call. His squire, a 13-year-old boy whose name was Lancel and whose face had become at the 2nd bell the color of new cheese, had not been able to keep up. The squire had fallen behind at the 3rd bell. He had come up again at the 4th. He had fallen behind again at the 4th and a half. He was, at the 5th bell, somewhere behind a long, careful ridge in the Kingswood at a distance of perhaps 200 paces, on a horse that had not been bred for this kind of riding, and that had begun to limp on its near foreleg. Robert reined up. He reined up because the Kingswood ahead of him had gone still, in the small, unmistakable way the Kingswood went still when there was a thing in the undergrowth ahead. He sat in his saddle with his hammer across his pommel and his eyes on the line of dark holly to his left. He drank from his 2nd wineskin. The boar came out of the holly. It was a big boar. It was the boar his huntsman had been telling him about. It was the boar he had been told he should not take alone. It was as long at the shoulder as a man's leg, and the tusks of it were the color of a thing that had been used and not cleaned for several years. It looked at him across the small clearing with the small, mean, intelligent eye of a creature that had survived 3 seasons of king and had, that morning, agreed with itself to make this season its 4th or its last. Robert Baratheon laughed. He laughed the long, full Baratheon laugh, the laugh of the man who had ridden into Winterfell 3 weeks before and demanded to see Lyanna's tomb, the laugh of the man who had broken Rhaegar Targaryen on the trident, the laugh of the man who had picked up his hammer at Storm's End at the age of 17 and not put it down for 10 years. He spurred his horse. He charged the boar with his hammer out. He had not, in the spurring, considered 3 things. The first was that he had drunk a full skin and 3/4 of a second skin of Dornish strong red on no breakfast. The second was that he had not slept. The third was that the horse beneath him was not the horse he had ridden in the Trident. It was the horse he had been given for the deep wood that season, and the horse had not, that morning, been agreeable about coming this deep, and was tired. The horse went over a root. It went over a root in the small, careful way horses go over roots when their riders are not paying attention to the roots, and when the roots are larger than the horse had been expecting. The horse stumbled. The horse did not fall. Robert, on the horse, was thrown forward over the horn of the saddle, and he caught the horn with the heel of his palm and pushed himself back. And the hand that was still holding his hammer came up and across the line of his own neck on the recoil. And the head of the hammer, the great steel head with the 8 pounds of forged Storm's End iron in it, struck Robert Baratheon, king of the 7 kingdoms, lord of the Andals and the first men, just above his right temple. He did not, in the strike, make any sound. He came off the horse slowly, the way a man comes off a horse when the man is no longer steering the coming off, and he hit the soft, mossy floor of the Kingswood on his left shoulder, and rolled and stopped on his back. With the hammer beside him and the second wineskin beside the hammer and the horse standing 6 paces from him with its head down and its near foreleg cocked, the boar, 15 paces off in the holly, looked at him. It did not, for some count of breaths, charge. It looked at him. It snorted once. It went back into the holly. Robert Baratheon lay on his back in the soft, mossy floor of the Kingswood, with his eyes open at the soft, fast gray sky, and he did not move. And the small squire Lancel Lannister came up the ridge behind him at a slow, tired trot some minutes later, and found his king on the ground with the hammer beside him, and the wineskin beside the hammer and the horse standing 6 paces off. And Lancel Lannister, who was 13 and had not been trained for any of this, sat on his horse and looked at his king on the ground for a long count of slow breaths. And then he turned his horse and rode the 2 leagues back to the rest of the hunting party at the limping trot the horse could manage, and called the huntsmen, and the huntsmen came, and the king was carried back to the Red Keep on a litter of 3 cut spears, alive but not awake. He woke once in the litter. He said 2 words. The squire, who was riding alongside the litter with his ear bent to the king's mouth, did not later remember the 2 words clearly enough to repeat them. The squire reported only that the words had not been the names of any persons living, and had not been the names of any places in the Kingswood, and had been spoken in a quiet voice with no anger in it. Robert Baratheon, king of the 7 kingdoms, died in his own bed at the Red Keep at the 2nd bell of the next morning. Grand Maester Pycelle had been at his bedside since the 8th bell of the previous evening. The Queen had been at his bedside since the 9th. Sir Barristan Selmy had been at the door. The small council had been in the antechamber. Lord Petyr Baelish had been writing letters with a small, careful pen at a small, careful table in the antechamber for some hours. Lord Renly had been pacing. At the 2nd bell of the morning, Robert opened his eyes for the 2nd time. He looked at his queen. He said, in a slow, soft voice that did not carry beyond the bed, "Cersei." "Robert, tell Ned." "Tell Ned what, Robert? Tell Ned." He closed his eyes. He opened them. "Tell Ned the boy." She looked at him. "What of the boy, Robert?" "Don't let them." He closed his eyes a 2nd time. "Don't let them what, Robert?" She did not, for the rest of her life, learn what Robert Baratheon had wanted his old friend Lord Stark to be told. She would tell her father afterwards, in the careful private hour in her father's apartments, that the king had said don't let them touch the boy. She would not, however, say it with any certainty in her voice. She would say it with the careful flat voice she used when she did not want her father to ask her a follow-up question. And Tywin Lannister, who had heard his daughter's careful flat voice many times in her life, did not ask her a follow-up question that evening, because he had a great deal of other reading to do. Robert Baratheon, king of the Seven Kingdoms, died at the third bell of the morning. He died with his eyes closed and his hand in the hand of the queen, who had not spoken to him in any room any other person had been in for 3 weeks. She held his hand for the length of 3 slow breaths after he had stopped breathing. She did not weep. She set his hand on the cover. She stood. She walked to the door of the bedchamber. She opened it. She walked into the antechamber. She looked at the small council. She said, in the careful, even voice she had been speaking with for 3 weeks, "My lords, the king is dead." In the antechamber, Lord Petyr Baelish lifted his pen from the small, careful table. He set it down. He did not say anything. He drew, on the corner of the small piece of paper he had been writing on, a small, careful circle. In the corner of the antechamber, Lord Varys folded his hands inside his sleeves. Renly, at the window, did not move. Pycelle, who had come into the antechamber a moment before the queen, lifted his old hands in the small gesture of mourning he had been keeping in his sleeves for a fortnight and had been waiting to use, and lowered them again. Because the queen's face had been such that the gesture had not been welcome. The realm did not, in the next 12 hours, settle into the position the queen had spent the previous 3 weeks preparing it for. The realm did not settle into any position. The realm went into the small free fall in which kingdoms go when a man who has been the center of their thinking for 15 years stops being the center of it. And into the small free fall there fell 3 claims, almost at once. Joffrey Baratheon, who was 13, was crowned at the great sept of Baelor the following afternoon, hurriedly, by a small acting most devout who had been promoted that morning to perform the function. The crown that was set on his head was not the antler crown of his father. The antler crown of his father had not, by the day of his father's death, returned to King's Landing, and was at present a folded piece of black iron in a wooden box in a closed cupboard in the small council chamber at Winterfell. But a hastily prepared circle of beaten gold the smiths of the Red Keep had been keeping for a coronation they had not, until the third bell of the morning, been certain they would need. Joffrey wore it badly. He wore it under a face that had been the face of the small petty knife at the high table of Winterfell, and the face was not the face the smith's circle had been made for. Stannis Baratheon at Dragonstone heard of his brother's death by raven on the morning of the 3rd day, and read his grandfather's book on dragons one final time at the table in the stone hall, and stood and called for his master of arms, and announced that he was the rightful king of the 7 kingdoms, and was so within the hour. He sent ravens. He sent 13 of them. The 13 ravens went to 13 great houses. The letters in the ravens said 3 things. The first was that Joffrey Baratheon was no son of Robert's. The second was that Stannis Baratheon was therefore the heir of Robert's house. The third was that any house that doubted these 2 things was welcome to come to Dragonstone in the autumn and look at the books. Renly Baratheon, at the Red Keep, did not contest his brother Stannis's claim by raven. He contested it by horse. He rode out of King's Landing at the morning of the 4th day with a small company of household knights and 4 of the Reach lords who had been wintering in the city. And he rode for Highgarden, and at Highgarden, on the morning of the 11th day, he was crowned in the great hall of Lord Tyrell with Margaery Tyrell at his elbow and Loras Tyrell holding the cup, and the small acting most devout of the Reach blessing the small clean wreath of gold he had been wearing as a coronet around the inside of his hair for 3 days. The wreath did not become his head exactly. He wore it lightly. He was, at 23, the youngest of the 3 crowned men of the realm by 10 years, and he wore his crown the way a young man wears a thing he has decided to wear when older men are watching. At Winterfell on the morning of the 17th day after Robert's hunt, Lord Stark received 3 ravens in 1 hour. The first was Joffrey's, the second was Stannis's, the third was Renly's. The fourth, which came at the 3rd bell of that same afternoon, was from Tywin Lannister, in his own small careful hand, and it had nothing in it on the subject of any of the 3 crowns. It said, in 8 lines, that Lord Tywin would, by his own road, be moving to the inn at the crossroads at a pace of his choosing within the next 30 days, and would be glad of any small careful letter Lord Stark of Winterfell would care to send to him there, on any matter of common interest. Ned Stark read all 4 letters at his solar table, with Maester Luwin at his elbow and Jon Snow on the bench beside him. He set them all 4 on the table. He did not at once speak. "Maester, my lord, send for my brother Benjen. Send for Robb. Send for Lord Manderley, Lord Karstark, Lord Umber, Lord Glover, the Lady of Bear Island, and the steward of Lord Bolton. Send for them all today. They are to be here within 10 days. Aye, my lord. And 1 further raven, my lord. To my good brother Edmure at Riverrun. Ask him whether he has in the keep at present any envoy of Dorne." Maester Luwin paused. "My lord." "Aye, Maester, send it." "Aye, my lord." He sent it. The northern lords arrived inside the 10 days. They arrived with their own companies in their own colors on their own roads. They came through the gate of Winterfell separately and were lodged in the inner wards separately, and were brought, on the morning of the 10th day, into the small council chamber off the Maester's tower. And they sat at the long table, and Lord Stark of Winterfell sat at the head of it. And at the foot of it, on a wide stone bench that had been brought up from the kitchens that morning for the purpose, sat Jon Snow, with Serax curled on the bench beside him, and Serax was, on the morning of the 10th day, the size of a deer-hound. Lord Stark looked along the table. "My lords." "My lord," they said, 8 voices in the slow, careful northern stagger of a northern council. "I will not give you a long speech," said Ned. "I will give you a short one. The realm has at present 3 crowned men in it, and not one of them is fit. One of them is the boy of a queen who lay with her brother. One of them is a brother of the dead king who reads his books carefully, and would rule by the books and be glad of his ruling. One of them is the younger brother of the dead king who has put the lords of the Reach behind him, because they like him and because he is young. And he will rule by the liking and be glad of his ruling, and he will not rule long because the liking is not a thing that keeps. None of them is fit. There is at the foot of this table a young man of 14, who is the son of my sister and the son of Rhaegar Targaryen. He has on the bench beside him a creature that has not been seen in Westeros for 152 years. I am not, my lords, going to ask you to crown him today. I am asking you 4 things. The first is whether you would prefer to be ruled by one of the 3 crowned men of the South, or by the young man at the foot of this table. The second is whether, if you would prefer the young man at the foot of this table, you would prefer to crown him here at Winterfell within the year or wait until the spring. The third is whether, in waiting until the spring, you would consider a covenant with my house, and the young man's house, and your own houses that would preserve the North as the North while the matter of the South worked itself out. The fourth is whether, if the answer to the third is yes, you would prefer the covenant signed at Winterfell or signed at Last Hearth or signed at White Harbor. I am asking you these 4 questions, my lords. I am not asking you any others. I would like you to give me your answers in the order I have asked them, and I would like you to give me each answer in 1 word. The 8 lords looked at each other. The first to speak was great Jon Umber, who was the loudest man in the North and the most direct one when he wanted to be. "The young man," he said, "the first question. I, second, spring, third, covenant, fourth, Winterfell." Lord Stark looked along the table. Lord Karstark. "The young man, spring, covenant, Winterfell." Lord Manderley. "The young man, spring, covenant, Winterfell." Lord Glover. The young man, Spring, Covenant, Winterfell, steward of Bear Island. My lady's word by raven on the morning of the third day after the dragon, then he is our nephew, tell him. The young man, Spring, Covenant, Winterfell, steward of Bolton. The steward of Bolton, a thin gray man whose lord had not come south and who had been sent in his place with a small private set of his lord's instructions, looked along the table for a count of 3 breaths. The young man, he said carefully, Spring, Covenant, Winterfell, Lord Hornwood. The young man, Spring, Covenant, Winterfell, Lord Serwyn. The young man, Spring, Covenant, Winterfell. Ned looked at his elder son, Rob. The young man, Spring, Covenant, Winterfell. Ned looked at the foot of the table, Jon. The young man, said Jon after a long count. Spring, Covenant, Winterfell. Ned smiled, the smallest possible smile, the small private smile of a northern lord at the small private end of a long, careful afternoon. And he wrote, on the small piece of paper before him, the 8 names and the answers, and he set the small piece of paper at the center of the table. He stood. My lords, he said, we shall draft the covenant tonight. That night the covenant was drafted at the long table, with the 8 lords and Lord Stark and Maester Luwin and Jon Snow and Robb Stark, and the small black creature on the bench beside Jon. And the covenant ran to 9 pages, and the 9 pages would, in 2 days' time, be read in the inner courtyard of Winterfell by Lord Stark himself, in front of every household and every banner of the north, with the 8 great lords standing behind him, and the small black creature on the wide stone bench beside the lord's chair watching the court with the slow, even watching it had watched Mance Rayder with. And that reading would be carried south by 16 separate ravens within the day. And the realm, by the end of that week, would understand that the north had taken its position. And on the 7th day after the reading, on a small fast galley out of the harbor of Pentos, a 13-year-old girl with silver hair and pale eyes stood on the foredeck in the wind with her hand on the rail, and her other hand on the carved cedar chest beside her, in which 2 petrified eggs lay in their nests of black velvet, and 1 cream egg lay warm under a folded silk. And the galley caught the eastern wind, and the eastern wind carried it west. Chapter 9. End Chapter 10. Settlement. The covenant was read on a clear, cold morning in the inner yard of Winterfell, with 2,000 men, women, and children of the keep, and the household and the close towns of the north standing on the cobbles in their winter cloaks, and Lord Stark on the steps of the great keep in his Stark colors, and Maester Luwin beside him with the 9 pages in his hand, and Jon Snow on the lower step with the small black creature on the wide stone bench they had brought out for him, and Serax, on the wide stone bench, was the size of a yearling stag, with his folded wings a half-span across the shoulder and his eye in the morning sun, the deep amber of a banked fire raked at the back of a long winter hearth. Maester Luwin read the covenant aloud. He read it slowly. He read in the slow, careful citadel voice he had learned at Oldtown in the long, quiet afternoons of his youth, and had used at Winterfell for the careful reading of difficult letters, and the careful announcement of difficult marriages, and the careful announcement of difficult deaths, and the careful announcement, that morning, of the difficult arrangement which had been made in the small council chamber off the Maester's Tower by the great lords of the north in the previous fortnight, and which would shape, from that morning forward, the relationship of the north to the realm south of it for at least the duration of 1 winter, and at most the duration of 3. The covenant said 9 things. It said first that the north acknowledged Jon Snow, son of Lyanna Stark and Rhaegar Targaryen, as the lawful son of his mother and his father and the true-born heir of the elder line of House Targaryen. It said second that the north did not, at the date of this covenant, recognize any of the 3 crowned men of the south, Joffrey Baratheon, Stannis Baratheon, Renly Baratheon, as the king of the Seven Kingdoms, and would not so recognize any of them, until the matter of the southern crown was settled by a process by which the realm would be at peace within itself. It said, third, that the North would not, in the year following the date of this covenant, march south of the neck under any banner against any house of the South for any reason, save in defense of a house south of the neck that had voluntarily asked the North for help under the terms of the same covenant. It said, fourth, that the North would accept any house south of the neck that wished to associate itself with the covenant on the terms of the covenant, with the consent of the 8 great lords of the North and the Lord of Winterfell. It said, fifth, that the North would, by the spring of the year following, recognize Jon Snow as the king in the North, and would not until that spring do so, and would, in the interval, address him in the keep and the household as Lord Jon, son of the late Lady Lyanna Stark. It said, sixth, that the North would, by the autumn of that year, prepare its houses, its larders, and its walls for the coming of the long night, and would, in pursuit of this preparation, receive at the wall and at last hearth such free folk as were willing to swear under the terms of a free folk codicil that would be drafted in the coming month, at a pace, and in a number that would be determined by the watch and the lord of the keep nearest the entry, and would, in receiving them, treat them as men under the king's peace of the North. It said, seventh, that the North would, in the year of the covenant, recognize no marriage between any house of the North and any house south of the neck, without the consent of Lord Stark, the 8 great lords of the North, and Jon Snow. It said, eighth, that the North recognized the sister house of House Targaryen across the narrow sea, deaneries of the House of the Dragon, daughter of King Aerys Roman II, sister to the late Prince Rhaegar, as kin of Jon Snow, and as a person of standing in the North's diplomatic relations, and would receive her at any port of the North under such honors as a daughter of a royal house had been received at northern ports in the time of the dragons before, and would extend to her ships such hospitalities of the keep as had been extended in the time of the kings of old. It said, ninth, that the covenant was made on the morning of this day in this keep, with the consent of the 8 great lords of the North, the Lord of Winterfell, the heir of Winterfell, and the son of the late Lady Lyanna Stark, and that the covenant would, on the morning of the 3rd day after the reading, be sent by raven to every great house of the South, and to the Lord Commander of the Watch, and to the Lord of the Eyrie, and to the Prince of Dorne, and to the High Septon at King's Landing, and to the Citadel at Old Town, and to the King of the Iron Islands, and to the Magister Illyrio Mapates at Pentos, and to the Sea Lord of Bravos, with such additional copies as the keep had ink and parchment to send. Maester Luwin folded the 9 pages. He looked at the inner yard. The inner yard did not, for some count of breaths, speak. Then, from somewhere in the back of the yard, a single voice, the voice of a man, not a great voice, the voice of a smith of the keep who had a hammer in his hand, called out "I," and a second voice from a different part of the yard called the same word back, and a third. And the eyes of the yard ran together in the way the eyes of a northern yard ran together when the yard had decided that "I" was the word for the morning. The 8 great lords on the steps said "I" in their own voices in turn. The Lady of Bear Island's steward said "I" in his careful low voice. Robb Stark said "I" in the voice he had carried in him since the dragon had come down out of the gallery of the great hall. Theon Greyjoy, beside Robb, said "I" in the voice he had used on the high meadow above the burnt watchtower. Catelyn Stark, 2 paces behind her husband at the step, said "I" in the careful, even voice she had been speaking with since the morning in the godswood. Bran, in his small chair, said "I" in the slow, grave voice that had come into him in the Night of the Bells. Arya, beside Bran, said "I" loudly and clearly with no pause. Sansa, beside Arya, said I in a voice that surprised everyone, including herself, by being steady. Rickon beside Sansa. Said I because Rickon said anything the older children said and made it his. Jon, on the lower step, with Syrax on the wide stone bench beside him, did not say anything. He looked along the inner yard at the 2,000 persons of his father's keep. He inclined his head once slowly, the way Syrax inclined his. That was the reading of the covenant. The ravens went on the morning of the third day. They went as Maester Luwin had said they would go. The covenant arrived at the gate of every great house of the realm within 10 days, and within the month after that the realm had read it twice and read it 3 times, and within the month after the month the realm had begun. In its various courtyards and its various councils and its various small council chambers, the slow, careful work of taking its various positions on what the covenant said. At Highgarden, in the great hall where Renly Baratheon had been crowned on a morning 2 months before with a small, clean wreath of beaten gold around the inside of his hair. The wreath had not, in those 2 months, been worn so often as it had been promised to be worn. And the great lords of the Reach who had crowned him had begun, in the slow, careful Reach way, to ask each other small, careful questions about the work of crowning, and about whether the work of crowning was a work that was, after all, well suited to a young man who liked his olives, and about whether the work might be better done in some other manner. The questions had not produced any answers. The questions had, however, begun. At Dragonstone, Stannis Baratheon, at his table in his stone hall, had read the covenant once and read it twice, and read it 3 times. And on the 4th reading he had set the 9 pages on the table with a careful flat hand, and had looked at them for a long time. He had then stood, and had walked across the stone hall to the great map of the realm hung on the wall, and had stood in front of the map for a quarter of an hour, and had walked back to the table, and had said to his hand, Davos, Davos, and Davos had said, Yes, my lord, and Stannis had said, I am the rightful king of the 7 kingdoms, and Davos had said, Yes, my lord. And Stannis had said, I do not, however, intend to march on the north within the year. And Davos had said, Yes, my lord, and Stannis had said, Get me my grandfather's book on dragons again, and Davos had got it. And Stannis had sat in his chair, and had read it a 4th time. At King's Landing in the small council chamber, Joffrey Baratheon, who had been crowned in the great sept of Baelor in beaten gold 2 months before, was, by the date of the arrival of the covenant, beginning the work of being a king at 13. The work was not going well. Joffrey was not the boy who had spoken slighting things across the table at Winterfell 3 months before. Joffrey was a smaller version of that boy. He was, in his own apartments in the long evenings, frightened. He was, in the small council chamber, peremptory. The men around him, Pycelle, who had buried 2 kings now, Varys, who had served 3, Petyr Baelish, who was at present serving none, listened to his peremptories, and did the small, careful work of attending to 2 or 3 of them, and forgetting 4 or 5, and letting their young king think he had been listened to. His mother, in her own apartments above his, had not spoken to her father by raven for 3 weeks. Her father had not, in 3 weeks, been the man at the center of her thinking that her father had been all her life. She had been writing instead to a man in White Harbor, whose name was no kin to hers. The letters were brief, and the replies were brief, and the Queen Cersei Lannister, who at 35 was the most beautiful woman in the realm and the most cornered, had begun to plan a thing that would, in the autumn, become the substance of her chapter. But the substance of her chapter was not the substance of the morning, and the substance of the morning was that her son the king sat in his apartments above her, and would not be a king. At Casterly Rock, Lord Tywin Lannister read the covenant once and folded it, and set it in his small locked box on the corner of his desk. The same box, in the same locked corner, in which the small folded letter from his daughter sat with the news of the hatching. He locked the box. He pocketed the key. He took out 3 sheets of paper. He wrote 3 letters. The first was to a banker in Bravos. The second was to a captain on the Gulf coast of the Western Sea. The third was to his son James, asking him how he had been sleeping. He sent all 3 by separate ravens. He went to bed at the 7th bell and slept until the noon. At Sunspear, Doran Martell read the covenant on the balcony of his small chamber, in front of his small fig tree, with his small bowl of figs beside him on the small marble table. He read it once. He set it down. He picked it up. He read it twice. He set it down. He picked it up. He read it 3 times. He set it down a 3rd time, and he picked up one of the small green figs, which had been small green figs of the size of a child's fingertip 3 months before, and which were now small black-purple figs the size of a child's fist, and he ate it slowly. He turned his head and looked at his master of whispers, who had been standing at the door of the balcony for some time, waiting. "Send the careful letter to my sister, my prince. Bring my niece to Sunspear. My prince, your niece is in, the other one, the other niece. The Targaryen one, my prince. Bring her to Sunspear. My prince, the magister at Pentos has, by every report we have received in the last fortnight, already taken her aboard a small fast galley which has, by every report, sailed. Sailed where? West, my prince. West. West." Doran looked at his fig. "Send the careful letter to my sister then, anyway. Tell her that her niece is at sea. Tell her where her niece is going. Tell her to come to Sunspear when her niece is in our hands. Tell her not to worry. Tell her her niece is in good hands at present and will be in our hands within the autumn, my prince. And one more thing, my prince. Send a careful letter to Lord Stark of Winterfell, my prince, in my own hand. Now bring me the paper." The Master of Whispers brought him the paper. The Prince of Dorne wrote a small, careful letter in his own hand. The letter took him an hour to write. It said in 7 careful sentences that Dorne had read the covenant, and that Dorne would, in the autumn, send to Winterfell a careful private envoy with a careful private list of small, careful proposals, and that the Prince of Dorne wished only to be certain, before the envoy came, that the young man at the foot of the Stark council table had on his shoulder a creature that did not, by inclination or instinct, ever set fire to the children of women of his own house. Ned Stark read the letter at his solar table on the morning of the 3rd day after the reading of the covenant. He read it twice. He folded it. He looked at Jon beside him, with Serax on the bench beside Jon. "Jon, father, the Prince of Dorne is asking me whether my sister's son intends to be Aegon IV." Jon, who at 14 had not yet been given to study the worst Targaryens with the detail of a Maester, did not at once understand the question. Maester Luwin, at the table, said quietly, "Aegon IV had 87 natural children, my lord, and burned 3 of them." Jon looked at Maester Luwin a long count. He looked at his father. "Father, I write to the Prince of Dorne that I do not intend to be Aegon IV or any of the other worse ones. Write to him that I intend to be Jon, and that the small black creature beside me, when he is large enough to do as he chooses without consulting me, will be Serax, and that neither of us will burn any child of any woman of any house for any reason that does not require it. Write to him that the autumn is welcome to bring its envoy. Write to him that there is a bench in the council chamber long enough for any envoy he sends." Ned looked at his son. "Aye, lad. Aye, father." Maester Luwin took up his pen and wrote. It was at the 7th bell of that evening that the 2nd letter arrived. The 2nd letter had been carried by a man on a horse who had ridden from White Harbor without sleep for 2 days, in his own household livery, with a small leather satchel at his hip, and the small careful seal of a particular house in his pocket. The man had been searched at the gate of Winterfell and had been brought to the Maester's tower with his satchel intact. And at the Maester's tower, the satchel had been opened by Maester Luwin in front of the courier, and inside the satchel there had been one small, thin, folded letter. In a hand Maester Luwin had recognized after the second look. The hand was not the hand of a great lord of the realm. The hand was the hand of a girl of 13 who had been taught common, and who had been taught to write in the small, careful pentoshi common her tutors had taught her, by a household that had wanted her to be able to write to her brother in any house in the world her brother might wash up in. The letter said 3 sentences. It said, "Nephew, I am coming. Send word to White Harbor." It was signed in the small, careful hand, "Deaneries of the House of the Dragon, your father's sister." Maester Luwin read it once. He read it twice. He carried it to his lord at the solar table at the 7th bell, and Lord Stark read it once and twice and a third time, and set it on the table beside the Prince of Dorne's letter, and looked at his son. "Jon, father, your aunt is at White Harbor." Jon did not answer at once. He stood. He walked to the small, high window of the solar. He looked out across the inner yard of Winterfell at the slow snow coming down across the cobbles, and he laid his hand on the cold sill, and he stood looking out at the snow for some long count. Syrax on the bench by the table made the small churring sound. Jon turned. "Send word to White Harbor, father." "I send it tonight." "I send a small, careful company to ride out at first light and meet her on the road." "I and one more thing, father." "Aye, lad. When she comes, when she rides up the inner yard of this keep, I would like to be the first man who walks down the steps to meet her. I do not want it to be a great greeting. I do not want it to be a court greeting. I would like, if I may, to walk down the steps alone and to take her hand at the bottom of the steps and to say, 'Aunt.' That is what I would like, father." Ned looked at his son. "Aye, Jon. Aye, father." He stood at the window a moment longer. He turned. He went back to the bench. He sat. Syrax laid his long black head along Jon's thigh. Jon laid his hand on Syrax's head. That night, in the small high room at the boys' wing of the keep where he had slept since he had been 5 years old, Jon Snow stood at the small high window with Syrax on the wide stone sill beside him, and he watched the slow snow come down across the inner yard. And Bran, in a small chair at the foot of the bed where Bran had been brought up by Hodor to spend the evening with his half-brother, said quietly, "Jon, I, Bran, I had a dream. There was a long blue line of cold. And a small black flame between it and the realm. Bran. And the flame was not alone." Jon turned his head. "Bran, how many flames?" "3, said Bran, 3 flames." Jon looked at Syrax on the sill. Syrax looked back at him. "3, he said. 3, Jon, Bran." Bran did not say more. He did not need to. He sat in his small chair with his small, grave eyes on the window, and after a while he closed them and slept, and Hodor came at the second bell of the night and carried him back to his own bed. In the inner yard below, in the long, slow falling of the snow, the small, careful work of a keep at night gathered itself around the small, careful work of a keep at the center of a long, careful winter that was coming, and was now 10,000 pieces in motion. The smith's fires were banked. The kennels were quiet. The stables were warm. Maester Luwin in his tower was writing the small, careful letter to White Harbor that would, on the morning of the 11th day, carry a small, careful company of 40 Stark men onto the Kingsroad and toward the coast. Lord Stark, in his solar, was writing 2 letters, one to his brother Benjen at the Wall and one to his brother-in-law Edmure at Riverrun. Catelyn Stark, in her own chamber, was writing a letter to her son's aunt at White Harbor in the small, clean Tully hand she had not used for any official letter in 3 years, and the letter said, in 5 sentences, that Lady Stark of Winterfell would be glad to see Deaneries of the House of the Dragon at her table, and would have for her a bed in the family wing and a place at the high table, and that her nephew was at present looking out of a small high window at the slow snow, and would be glad to walk down the steps in the morning to take her hand. Old Nan, in her kitchen, was banking her hearth fire for the long night and humming, quietly, a small song she had not hummed in some 40 years, which was the small song Sarah Stark's maid had hummed in her last fever in the year 61. The Septon of Winterfell in the small sept was praying. The godswood was praying. The heart tree had a thin white scarf of new snow on its red leaves and did not, that night, weep red sap. Jon Snow, at the small high window of his small high room, looked out across the slow falling snow at the long pale ridge of the Wolf's Wood, where, 3 weeks before, his Seracs had taken his first true flight, and where, in some autumn shortly to come, his aunt's small black creature and her 2 as yet unhatched ones would, by the count of his brother Bran's dreaming, take theirs. He thought, with the slow, careful northern thinking he had been thinking his thinking with since the morning after the hatching. We are not yet done. He thought. We are, however, begun. He thought finally, and the thought was the only emotion he permitted himself to name out loud in his head in the long quiet of the small high room. I am glad. Seracs, on the sill beside him, made the small churring sound. Jon laid his temple, very gently, against the small warm head, and the small warm head pressed back, and the godswood the snow fell. The heart tree did not weep. The 8 great lords of the north slept in their long rooms, in their long beds, in their long winter cloaks. The dragon, on the sill, did not sleep. The dragon watched the slow snow come down across the inner yard of Winterfell. In the color of his eye the deep amber of a banked fire raked at the back of a long winter hearth. And he watched, and he watched, and he watched, with the patient, careful waiting of a thing that had waited 200 years to be brought up out of a deep stone room, and had been brought up, and that had, on the night of this day, become large enough to begin its waiting again, in a new key, on the sill of a small high window of a keep that would, by the spring, be the center of a kingdom.